Well, hello and welcome to the Daikin Night of 5's here at a very wet Millenium Stadium in Auckland. And yes, there is the pole vault pad and the poles. Unfortunately, folks, got some bad news straight off the bat here. The women's pole vault has been cancelled, so we're not going to get to see Imogen Eris or Olivia McTaggart or any of the other competitors tonight. What a shame, because Imogen Eris, really looking forward to seeing her winning the bronze medal, of course, bronze medalist from the Commonwealth Games in action, but unfortunately that has been cancelled due to the inclement weather, and it really has been bucketing down here in the last half an hour. So we can scrub that event at 6:30, the women's pole vault. But we are going to start off with the Under Armour 5K team relay in just a moment, then roll through the men's D grade 5,000 metres. Then we'll be into the 100 metre sprints coming up at around 7 o'clock. Back into some 5,000 metre races for you. And we're going to end with the elite races from 10 past 9 this evening. The women's 800, the men's 800, and then the two 5,000 metre races to finish the program at just before 10 o'clock. So that's how we're looking here at the Daikin Night of 5's. It's a real shame that the weather has closed in here. It has been very heavy the last half an hour or so, and it's steady at the moment. And here is the Under Armour 5K team relay, which is underway. Now let's explain the rules for this relay. Each team, and there are 13 teams out there, have a mixture of members in it. A team can have 3 to 5 people in it. Each member must run at least one lap. Each team can choose how they want to run it. This runner, for instance, at the top of the field here can run for a 1K if they want, or they can change every lap. Remember, there is 12 and a half laps to run in the 5,000 metres. So it really is up to the team members how the teams go through and navigate their way through this race. So we will endeavour to keep on top of who is leading. We have 13 teams out there. We also have some juniors which have mixed into this race as well. We've got 2 Takapuna teams. We have 3 other teams as well in the junior category. But at the moment, it is a good lead here, as already opening up at the start of this 5K race. So it should go through pretty quickly, with each team member able to pass the baton to a teammate and then get good recovery time if they choose to run just one lap and they rest up. So it's really interesting to see what sort of tactics are at play here, but there is a good lead being built here already in the early stages of this race, as the second of 12 and a half laps is to be completed. So there's the changeover. You can see a very nice transition with this team leading at the moment. He's just trying to pick up who is leading that team. There's some firefighters running in there too, clearly. That's not going to be easy, running in all their firefighting gear. But that's a good cause, isn't it? Good commitment. That firefighter's already about to be lapped early in this race. We're not even 3 laps into it, and there is the first one being lapped. So that transition to the next runner is behind there. So they've been going about 3 minutes and 10 seconds at the moment. You can see one of these junior teams coming through. That's one of the Takapuna team, or Oratia actually. That's West Auckland. You're looking at it. So yes, we are enjoying the Under Armour 5K team. Here are the teams. The ACA Masters team, the Bays, Devonport VFB, Running Project, Team Spencer, the A team, and Whippets. that team that's leading at the moment is making absolutely no race of it. As they are comfortably ahead and really stretching their lead out. There's some very committed runners out there. And what's a nice innovation here at the Night of Fives, we've got a lot of 5,000 metre races coming through the night. And basically we've got all the athletes that have been seeded into different divisions. It's going to be very interesting to see who comes through and wins those races. We'll get into more of those a little bit later. Camille Buscombe's racing tonight. Also Sam Tanner. Of course, we've seen Sam Tanner come sixth in the 1500 at Birmingham earlier this year. He's running the 5K tonight. And Camille Buscombe running for the first time since having a baby. So there's the ACA junior team just about to overhaul the Masters team. To see them all pushing themselves as they come through, still in the first half of the race. But not easy conditions running at the moment, but the good news is that the rain that we've had here has really eased off a little bit. It is steady though here on Auckland's North Shore, and unfortunately the forecast is not looking good for the rest of the evening. So here is the leader. Let's see if we can pick up what the name of that team is. It's very hard to pick up. I think it's the Whippets team actually that is leading at the moment. Good pace being generated by this runner. It's one of the ACA junior runners that is coming through there and running particularly well at the moment. Takapuna teams are in there too. We've got two junior teams for Takapuna. One in yellow and another in blue. Good to see them really running with commitment in these tough conditions. But the field is really stretched out now as we have about half of the 5,000 metres to run. You just joined the broadcast. Thank you for joining us here at the Night of Fives. We have a couple of, one earlier result to give you in just a moment, with the women's pole vault unfortunately cancelled earlier on, or the decision made about 20 minutes ago due to the weather. That was a real shame. We did get through the men's pole vault a little bit earlier on today. It was held earlier this afternoon, and the six-time national champion prevailed in that event. Nick Southgate winning that one ahead of James Stain. And Ruben Vogel, a young 18-year-old, managed to break his PB, put 2 centimetres on his PB today, so good effort. So here's the Whippets team that is still leading this team relay in the Under Armour team relay 5,000 metres event. Through 8 minutes now. Their baton changes have been efficient, and all of their runners have been running with good pace and proving far too good for all of the other teams that are out there in this race. Of course, with team relays, you've got moments like this, which happen regularly. Teams lapping or passing each other, and then as the baton gets passed to another one, maybe it might be the other way around, as we see the ACA junior team continue to run well in this team relay event. There's some committed runners out there tonight in this night of 5's meet because of these weather conditions. There's the pole vault apparatus being taken away after the women's pole vault was cancelled. Interesting to see what the time in this race will end up being. Usually anywhere, and if you look back through history of New Zealand track and field, anything under 14 minutes is going to be very good. That's in, of course, without the relays in the teams. So with the runners lapping a bit faster, because they're not running long distances consecutively, they're able to generate a faster time over the course of the 5,000 metres. So it'll be fascinating to see what this overall time will be. With the Whippets team leading at the moment, they seem to have a really good crew of good runners, all running, and they're changing every lap, it seems, the Whippets. So that's their tactic. If you have a 5-member team and change every lap, you're getting a good 5 minutes to rest and recover before you get your next lap in. Firefighters are ticking along nicely, but are chasing the game at the moment with that Whippets team running particularly strongly at the moment. Here is the leader. Team number 4, the Whippets. Must only have a couple of laps to go. There's the A team, number 1, and there's the changeover for the Whippets. That's where the changeovers are happening. Where the race started, there's a relay changeover zone. Some pretty good runners still out there, all lapping pretty quickly at the moment, which is good to see. So there's the bell for the Whippets. And one more lap to go as they lap the Firefighters for the second time. And the Whippets are going to win quite comfortably. They're good 200 metres further ahead at the moment. So there's the last changeover for the Whippets. 200 metres to go. And they really have run well right from the start. Very good run by this team of runners. So here come the Whippets to win the Under Armour relay. And there's the win for them. And they have won comfortably in around 13 minutes and 30 seconds. They were well clear of the team in second place. The other teams will look to complete here as we close on out this event. Some terrific efforts from the Whippets to easily win this race. Don't forget, soon we've got the men's 5,000 metre de-seeded race coming up. That's going to be at around 6:30. Reminding you that the women's pole vault. So there's the Auckland junior team coming home, and not followed very closely by the Bays team. So a couple more teams have completed their 5,000 metre relay event. Well done to the ACA junior team and Bays, who have finished their 5,000 metres now. Team Insane that was. And Rory's crew continuing to finish off their 5,000 metres. The team has just crossed the line, so well done. To a team called the Running Project. They have completed their 5,000 metres. There's one of the Takapuna teams finishing just in front of the other one. So there's a few Takapuna teams out there, and two of them have completed. 3 Takapuna teams. Rory's crew still going. It's like they're at the tail. Under Armour 5,000 team relay race. And rain is not easy to negotiate, particularly when you don't have spikes on. It doesn't look like the firefighters got the spikes on their running shoes today. Often firefighters just carry on, don't they? No point being a firefighter if you give up. So they'll keep going all the way to the end. Just a few teams left out on the track now. Rory's Q, one of the Takapuna teams. Just shows you how good the Whippets were in winning this relay race very comfortably indeed. So looking for a big finish. There's the Takapuna Junior Yellow team. Urged on here for a big finish. It's good commitment. And here is the Junior Yellow team finishing. Tough day at the office for these runners. And Rory's crew still going as we come up towards the 19-minute mark now. Next race up on the program for you folks is the men's 5,000 metre D race. And that's going to be for runners who have got a personal best at around somewhere around 16 minutes 30. So we'll see all those runners out there shortly, and then at 7 o'clock we're going to have some 100 metre dashes for you. Going to have 4 100 metre races, 2 masters races, and the 2 main sprints for this evening. And yeah, Zoe Hobbs unfortunately was due to run this evening, and she has withdrawn at the last minute, which is a shame. But we're really looking forward to seeing Zoe Hobbs competing in throughout the New Zealand summer at all the other major meets that are coming up in the new year. So that should be a lot of fun. "20 minutes for Rory's crew now. The ACA Masters team is still going as well. And there's Rory's crew finishing the race. Great effort by the firefighters. And now the ACA Masters team to wrap it up. As we pick up this last runner. Who is going to complete this team relay event. And that time at around 20 minutes and 50 seconds for the ACA Masters team, which will wrap it up, the Under Armour mixed distance 5,000 metres team relay. So our next event for you on the program is coming up at 6:30. It's going to be the men's D 5,000 metres, and we have 19, in fact 20 runners all lined up ready to go. In fact, an updated list has just been given to me. 19 runners have been entered in this, and the top seeded runner is Thomas Curry. In fact, he will pace this. Thomas Curry, in fact, he might have withdrawn. So Joshua Fitzgerald is the leading seeded runner, with Joshua Baggett and Luke Cameron also in the field. Keep your eye too on Lucas Stead. He has a time of 16:01 for the men's 5,000 metres. So stay with us. That will be underway in 8 minutes' time.
New approach, new execution, new solution. Under Armour said, let's start with the women's foot first. Based on the science behind the female form, the Flow Synchro feels natural, flexible and light, empowering us to strive for more. Designed by women, for women.
Daikin Night of 5's is with you here this evening from a very wet Auckland. And we can give you, again, an update of the races to come. So shortly, the men's 5,000 metre D race will be underway. And then we will have the New Zealand Funds Women's 100 metre Masters race to be followed by the All Brand Women's 100 metres. New Zealand Funds 100 metre Masters men's race will follow after that. And then we will be into the men's 100 metres, Apex Surveying men's 100 metres at around 7:15 this evening.
I think so, yep, they look like they are.
Apologies for the technical problems that we're having. We are being challenged, as all the event organisers here are, with the weather this evening. Then at 7:30, we've got the men's C 5,000 metres to be followed by the B women's and men's 5,000 metres. So we're slowly getting athletes with faster times racing in those races. Then we have the women's B 800 metres and men's B 800 metres, and we'll be concluding with the elite races. Women's A, women's and men's A 800 metres to be followed by the women's elite 5,000 metres, and the men's Blinko Cup was named after the New Zealand record holder of the 5,000 metres, Adrian Blinko's record time 13:10:19 set in 2008. So stand by, we're about 5 minutes out now from our next race, which is the men's 5,000 metre D-seeded race. Again, here is the field. Thomas Curry, we've been told, is going to be the pacemaker in this race. So keep your eye on him near or at the top of the field. Lucas Stead has a fastest time of around 16 minutes. He has other seeded runners in this race: Joshua Fitzgerald, David Bigot. We have Luke Cameron, Reds Scampion, Ryan Danby, Marcus Robertson, all seeded in this race. As we get the runners now milling around the 200 metre mark for the start of this race. So yes, it's a pleasure to be with you this evening for what should be some good track and field. We did have some field earlier, the men's pole vault. Yeah, a real shame. We were supposed to have the women's pole vault, but because of the weather it has been cancelled. So no Olivia McTaggart, no Imogen Eris this evening for us. You see what shape they are in to start the 2023 summer season, although, let's be honest, it doesn't look very summery out there. The good news is that it's not too cold. So if the rain stops, it'll actually be quite pleasant for these runners. So in about 2-3 minutes, we'll be underway with this 16, or this, or the 19 runners will be underway in the men's 5,000 metres D race. Got runners mainly from Auckland competing. Joshua Fitzgerald from Nelson, Matt Hill from Tauranga, Ryan Danby from Hamilton. But most of the other runners are from Auckland. Red Scampion has been scratched now and won't start the race, so we're down to, looks like around 17 runners now. Yep, 17 runners it is who are going to line up. So as I touched on, this race is for runners that have got PBs, looks like around no higher than no lower rather than 16 minutes. A few Takapuna runners in there, as we can see. Marcus Robertson, Seamus Kelly, Ryan Williams, Hao Ting Ma, all from Takapuna. And we'll see if they can prevail here. As that rain just gets a little heavier again for the start of this race. Well, fair play to our camera operators out there today. They're all doing a sterling job. At least it's not windy too, which is, again, not too difficult for the runners. So Nick Warren on the inside here. David Bagot with the white bandana. And we see in there from Nelson in the blue with his hands on his hips. Taller figure at the back there. That is Joshua Fitzgerald. And Thomas Curry from North Harbour Bays has got the pace bib on as we get underway in this men's 5,000 metre D race. So Thomas Curry is the runner at the top. He'll be pacing this field. 5,000 metres race. Ryan Danby from Hamilton City Hawks is currently in second. That's Joshua Fitzgerald from Nelson in third. And in fourth at the moment, Ryan Williams from Takapuna. Followed by Red Scampion of Auckland City Athletics. So they're the top five at the moment through the first 200 metres. In these really wet conditions, the rain, I'm afraid, does not look like it's going to let up for this evening of track and field. No change there. It is still Curry with the Nelson runner Fitzgerald in second place at the moment. Red Scampion there in third, and Ryan Danby from Hamilton in fourth. No real change there, although we do see a split now, don't we, between about half the field. There's 9 in that group there, and already we're seeing the other half of the field fall off the pace. So Curry still leading. He's the pacemaker, looking to keep the clip. See if he can push these runners to a good time. And all of the others looking fairly comfortable at the moment. As we see Joshua Fitzgerald take over the lead now from Curry. And already a big gap there opening up between the other half of the field. It's already about half the length of the main straight. Just going back to our last race, the results are through now. Whippet's winning by almost a minute, which is quite incredible in that previous race. Well over a minute, rather, almost a minute and a half. So we can see now Joshua Fitzgerald is stretching out a little bit. Happy to take on the front-running duties himself. Curry and Scampion still there, along with the Hamilton runner, who's just coming up to third place, Ryan Danby. Also in this field here, Just towards the back there, a couple of Takapuna runners, in fact 3 of them, including Ryan Williams and Marcus Robertson. No, they're quite happy just hanging off the back at the moment, letting Fitzgerald do the majority of the front running at the moment. In this men's D-seeded 5,000 metre race. So Luke Cameron off the back there. Keep your eye on him. He's from Pakuranga. But Fitzgerald looking keen to just stretch out this field a little bit, maybe put a touch distance between him, and he's got a good little 5 to 10 metre gap now. Whether he can keep this pace going, we will see. Ryan Danby looking like he wants to just haul in Fitzgerald, keep him in check. Curry drops back to third now, the pacemaker. Scampion's still there. And then we have Williams, Robertson, also Seamus Kelly in that lead group as well. Along with that Pakuranga runner Luke Cameron. He's around 6th at the moment. Although he's looking to make a move and see if he can get up into 5th place. So Fitzgerald still that little lead. The other runner in there is David Bagot from Oairaka. He is right at the back of this group of 9 runners. So those are the leading 9 at the moment as we come up to just over or around about a third way through this men's 5,000 metres D race. Remember, we're going to get several 5,000 metre races this evening, and they will be progressively filled with faster runners. They're all seeded in with their PBs. So this group here, all PBs around 16 and a half minutes. So it should be a pretty decent race towards the tail of it. And who knows, we might get a really exciting finish as Fitzgerald still leads the Nelson Athletics Nelson runner with Ryan Danby from Hamilton City Hawks in second. Pacemaker's still there, Thomas Curry from North Harbour Bays, and Red Scampion from Auckland City Athletics still in 4th at the moment. And then we have Luke Cameron, followed by the 3 Takapuna runners of Robertson, Kelly and Williams. And then still just lurking off the back there, David Bagot of Oairaka. The rest of them well off the pace. And you can see there, well, they're 100 metres behind now. Maybe even possibly more. As they go through the start-finish line as we head back to the top. So it's still Joshua Fitzgerald rather, Ryan Danby, but everyone's just biding their time at the moment, not risking too much, as we see Bagot make a little move towards the back of this group of 9. He's overhauled 2 runners. So we've been running 7 minutes now. And it's Fitzgerald still comfortably positioned at the top, with Danby just slipping off a little bit. Now is Fitzgerald maybe upping his stride rate. Maybe those lap times have just come down a smidgen. Fitzgerald still leads. Danby's still there. And Thomas Curry still in 3rd place at the moment, the pacemaker. And now we can see Danby just coming up on Fitzgerald now. Scampion's in 4th. And then we've got the Pakuranga runner who's moved up a little bit now. Luke Cameron So those are the top 5 at the moment, and now we're getting a little touch of a gap, or maybe a gap forming between the other 4, as Fitzgerald just starts to lengthen that stride out a touch at the head of this field. And maybe the 3 Takapuna runners and a Wairaka runner falling off the pace now. Perhaps we might be down to these 4, with Curry still there. Fitzgerald's looking strong at the front of the field. Danby's looking pretty decent as well. Scampion, a younger runner. He's still there, but Luke Cameron now coming up into 4th place. These runners here are back down the field somewhat now, as the field really stretches out now. Good shot there of Nick Warren from Wesley. So back to the top we go. Here is Nelson Athletics runner Joshua Fitzgerald still leading. So yes, that gap has really opened up now, hasn't it? So that top 5, well, the top 9 has been cut to 5. So the top 5, Joshua Robertson. Joshua Fitzgerald, rather, from Nelson. Ryan Danby from Hamilton City Hawks. The pacemaker Thomas Curry from North Harbour Bays is still there. And we have Luke Cameron from Pakuranga. And then we have Red Scampion from Auckland City Athletics. That is the top 5 at the moment. Fitzgerald looking to maybe just lengthen that stride out again. But Danby is staying with him, as we get some runners being lapped in this race now.
Just a reminder to all athletes to please make sure you head up to the registration area well before your race, and within 20 minutes of your race starting, you need to be in the call room. That's 20 minutes before your race.
Fitzgerald still looking good at the top. Danby there, Curry, Cameron, Scampion. It's 5. Let's see what might happen here over the last little stretch here, as Halting is about to be lapped as well. Halting Ma from Takapuna. Do you like his outfit, Halting's outfit? With the Batman cape. Oh, good on him for being out there. It would have been pretty easy to bail on your entry today. Watch the live stream. But he's out there running, which is great to see. So still these 5 looking pretty decently strong, aren't they? Fitzgerald still ticking over to 11.5 minutes now. So we're well into the back third of the race. There goes Curry stepping aside. The pacemaker's job is done. So it's down to 4. Fitzgerald, Danby, Cameron and Scampion. Cameron's been there or thereabouts the whole way and has actually looked very comfortable all the way through. Didn't show out too much, but he is happy with this pace being set by Fitzgerald. Scampion too, a young runner who's done particularly well to stick with the other 3. And Cameron now looking very comfortable as he comes up on Fitzgerald. Might get a change in the lead here with for the first time and basically since the start of the race. So Fitzgerald still leading, Cameron there. Danby, he's gutsed out a pretty good run in 3rd place at the moment, and Scampion maybe just falling off the pace a little bit now with those 2 other runners being lapped. Remember, these runners have best times of the 5,000 at around 16 minutes 20, somewhere in that range. Liking the look at Cameron here. He's looking very comfortable Pakuranga in second place here. Well, Fitzgerald's done a lot of front running. Scampion's still hanging in there, the young Auckland City Athletics runner. Cameron takes over now from Pakuranga. He was the fourth-seeded runner, or third-seeded runner in this race, Luke Cameron, as he looks to put the pace up just a little bit here. Danby's moved into second place now. Scampion's fallen off the pace, and all of a sudden Fitzgerald's looking a little bit... Oh, the facial expressions have gone a little bit gnarly there on Joshua Fitzgerald, so maybe it's down to 2 here for this title. Luke Cameron and Reese or Ryan Danby. Fitzgerald grimly hanging on to third place at the moment. Can Scampion fight back? He's fallen off the pace just a little bit. You see there in the dark blue, just out of shot now. So here are the leading 2 runners in this D-seeded 5,000 metres race. Good support for Cameron. Their times are not going to be anywhere near their 16 minutes mark, but let's see who wins the race. It's just coming about heart and courage now, all about how much ticket do you have. Close out the win. Cameron or Danby, who's it going to be? Danby now looking to take over. So Danby looking to stretch out over Cameron, who looks like he might be stretched or struggling a little bit. So a nice tactical race here from Reese Danby. Cameron coming back again though. Here's Danby. Really looking comfortable at the front. Cameron trying to dig in here. He's making up a little bit of metres here on Danby. Cameron down the home straight, but Ryan Danby's going to hang on here. Ryan Danby, one more lap to go. Well, surely they're finished. The bell has sounded, and now we're getting confusion here. Looks like, I think Ryan Danby's won the race because Joshua Fitzgerald and the Auckland City Athletics runner Lucas Red Scampion have finished. So these guys are doing a lap for good measure. So it's all a little confusing here. Well, we will try and get it all confirmed for you shortly. That has been unfortunately a little bit messy at the end there, which was strange because they never got the bell, did they? They never got the bell. So we will try and get confirmation as to what's happened in that race shortly. But there was real confusion. But Danby was definitely first across the line. So, anyway, a fantastic run by Ryan Danby there. We will get confirmed times for you shortly as these last little runners come in. His back markers. There's Nick Warren coming over the line here from Wesley. There are the runners that came first and second, Ryan Danby and Luke Cameron. Danby winning. Our next race coming up will be at 7 o'clock. It's going to be the women's 100-metre Masters race. And we'll have 4 100-metre races for you coming up from 7 till around about 5:30 here at the Night of 5's. So stand by for that. We've got more racing, more athletics coming up for you very shortly. All right, we're back here at the Night of 5's Athletics for you track and field meeting here in Auckland, a wet Auckland for you. We will have the confirmed times for you of that last race as soon as they come to hand. Can't tell you the results have come through from the team relay, the previous race. The Whippets winning that 13:29.72. Ahead of Bays 14:41.31. And the junior race was won by the ACA Juniors 14:35.75. So congratulations to all of those teams in that particular event, which was run concurrently. We'll get the times for you and the results for you on that last race. We do know that Ryan Danby from Hamilton City Hawks won it. Luke Cameron from Pakudanga finished second. And Joshua Fitzgerald from Nelson came home in third place. We'll get those times for you a little bit later on. So stand by. We've got the next race coming up very soon. And that is the women's 100-metre Masters race. Then we're going to have a men's Masters race, followed by the women's 100 metres, and then the men's 100-metre race. No Zoe Hobbs, unfortunately, and no Joseph Miller tonight, but we do have the Masters Women's 100 race coming for you in 7 or 8 minutes' time. Going to have 6 runners in there. So these are the Masters runners warming up.
We've got the first, second and third.
Chris Waring from North Harbour Bays, Philippa Green from North Harbour Bays, Lydia Bush, Jill Heyman, all from North Harbour Bays as well. And then we have 2 other runners, Gillian Allison and Ruby Willis. So that's going to be the 6 runners in this race.
We're only a few minutes away from the New Zealand Fund Masters Para Women and the Masters Men's 100-metre finals. They're going to kick off at around about 7 o'clock.
So all the runners now getting set for what should be some terrific 100-metre races in these wet conditions. As I touched on, 4 races coming up. And then we have, after the 100 metres, we're back into some more 5,000-metre races for you. The next one is the men's C-graded race. So those runners are a little bit faster than the ones that we just saw. And in that C-seeded race, times around 15 and a half minutes to 16 minutes. But we'll get down to that one a little bit later on as these sprints are held. So stand by for that. We'll be back with these races for you very shortly.
New approach, new execution, new solution. Under Armour said, let's start with the women's foot first. Based on the science behind the female form, the flow synchro feels natural, flexible and light, empowering us to strive for more. Designed by women, for women.
So the Masters 1,000 metres for women, not too far away from starting. Lane number 3 will be Chris Waring. Philippa Green in lane 4. Lydia Bush in lane 5. Jill Heyman 6. Gillian Allison in 7. Ruby Willis will be in lane 8. Rain is just eased right off now, which is good. It is still drizzling. But it is certainly not coming down in buckets full like before, which is good.
We're about 2 minutes away from the women's 100 metres New Zealand 5's Masters.
So there is the scene here at the Millennium Institute here in Auckland. As the sprinters get ready to go in the next few minutes. So stay with us for this 100 metres Masters women's race. It's coming up shortly. So these Masters runners not too far away from starting. Stay with us. Field again. Chris Waring, Philippa Green, Lydia Bush, Jill Heyman, Gillian Ellison and Ruby Willis. Just a slight delay to this race. Don't forget, we've got the men's Masters straight after this one. And then we have the 100 metres for the women and then the men. The pole vault, remember, we were hoping to bring you, has been cancelled because of the weather. In fact, just been told by an official it is actually being held now indoors. Hayden Shearman has just shown up, which is good.
Kia ora, Glenn. Good to be here in sunny Auckland.
Yeah, mate.
We had the New Zealand Secondary Schools Champs last week, and it seems like the weather's just sort of following us around so far this summer. Down in Taranaki, it was bucketing down for about 48 hours, and the last day it cleared up. But look, conditions are pretty ideal for running a 5,000 metres. Not sure about sprinting or obviously pole vault.
Yeah.
But for the marquee events later on, the middle distance and the 5,000 metres, it's not hot, it's not cold. There's very little wind, and look, the rain just makes the shower a bit shorter at the end of the day.
Exactly, exactly. Well, let's just hope this kind of drizzle that we have right now won't get any heavier, because it has been very, very heavy here.
Yeah, well, I came across the infield and it was sort of an inch or two deep in water.
100%, mate. It's been terrible today.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, fingers crossed to say, but you're right. It's at least it's not too cold. And we're going to get some good races. But yes, unfortunately, the women's pole vault, which we were really looking forward to, we won't be covering now, unfortunately.
So you were saying that's gone inside?
Yeah, just before you showed up, an official came in and said it's been moved indoors. So
yeah,
at least we're getting a competition.
Yeah, I think it's a good move to make sure our athletes stay safe at this time of the summer. We've got enough injuries in our pole vaulters at the moment, with the likes of Eliza McCartney coming back, and so yeah, we want to make sure that they stay healthy and we get a good summer of competition from the women and the men, of course. But I guess the women have been leading the way in recent years in the pole vault.
Indeed, it's been great to see the rise of Imogen Eris in particular mid-year.
Yeah.
Quite sure what the delay is for the women's 100 metre Masters race, but they've left the area behind the start block, so we'll endeavour to find out for you just what the delay is and come back to you in just a moment. So a delay for the women's 100 metres Masters race, unfortunately, due to a fault with the start system. So we're on hold here at the Millennium Institute in Auckland here at the Night of Fives. So we will stand by for the start of the race. Apologies about the delay, but stay with us. All right, we're standing by now. Looks like this problem with the starting system has been fixed, which is good news. So we're not too far away from what will be an interesting race. Here's Chris Waring from North Harbour Bays. She's going to be on the inside lane. Philippa Green, another North Harbour Bays runner. Lydia Bush standing by too. She's going to be in lane number 5. And Jill Heyman is going to be in lane 6. There she is, another North Harbour Bays runner. Two more on the outside of her, Gillian Allison and Ruby. In fact, it's just going to be the 4 of them. Oh no, there is another runner there, Ruby Willis, and we're away in the Masters 100 metre dash. And Philippa Green really running strongly. She's going to waltz away with this race. Good go for second, isn't it? Going to be very close there between Heyman and Bush, but there goes Green with the win, and it looked like Bush might have just gotten second, just ahead of Jill Heyman. Good run from Chris Waring as well, but Philippa Green, good effort from her to win this Masters 100 metre sprint for North Harbour Bays, beating home a few of her compatriots in what was a good race for Philippa Green in the 100 metre dash. So Green exploded out of the blocks pretty well here. Really did give it everything. But the real race was for second. A terrific contest between Heyman and Bush, with Bush just getting pinching Heyman on the line, and the two of them really enjoyed themselves, didn't they? Obviously great camaraderie between those 4 runners from North Harbour Bays. Still get a real kick out of competing at their ages. So now we're getting ready for the men's 100 metres Masters race, and there's going to be 8 runners in here. Quite a few from North Harbour Bays again. Yes, in fact, all of them are from North Harbour Bays, bar one, Michael Itten is going to be in lane number 1.
North Harbour Bays Athletics out there. Andy Weeks from Auckland City Athletics trying to ruin the
Tony Deleros is going to be in lane 2. Scott Dorset in 3. Wayne Holroyd in 4. Mark Lambert is in lane 5. Andrew Weeks in 6. Tarindu Wiraratna is in lane 7, and Timothy Turner is going to be in the outside lane. So all of the runners from North Harbour Bays except for Andrew Weeks, who's from Auckland City Athletics. He's in lane 6. So those are the 8 runners. So there they are, coming into the starters blocks now for the men's 100 metre Masters race. So lane 6 is out. That's Andrew Weeks. So all of these runners from North Harbour Bays. Looks like we got a bit of a break there from Timothy Turner in the outside lane. Maybe also a little wiggle there from Wiraratna. After this race, we've got the women's 100 metres and then the men's 100 metres. Unfortunately, no Zoe Hobbs tonight, no Joseph Miller. But here we go again. The men's Masters 100 metre heat. And we're away. A good little burst in the middle there by Hoylrod. And he's pounding through alongside Scott Dorset. And a great little battle for the line here. And it's going to be Mark Lambert, in fact, who's come through to win it. Really dug deep over those last 50 metres. Mark Lambert really did come through strongly there. Again, great camaraderie between all these clubmates here in the men's 100 metre master sprint. See, runner to watch is in the middle there. Lambert got off a bit slow. Hoylroyd rather. Did well, but Lambert really got those knees and thighs pumping and really hit the line nice and hard, didn't he? Just ahead of Holroyd. And good go for third. It looks like Deleros might have just grabbed it ahead of Wiraratna. So, well, good race there for Mark Lambert. Now we move to the women's 100 metres, which was to be heats earlier on, but the all-brand 100 metres now will be a straight final. And Zoe Hobbs was the overwhelming favourite when she, of course, was entered, but she was a late withdrawal this morning. We do have some good runners in here, though, today.
Absolutely. So the women on screen, or just to the left of the screen, Georgia Hulls and Rosie Elliott. So they're 2 representatives from the World Champs. 2 of our amazing group of female sprinters who started the year going over to the Aussie Champs, and they cleaned up, won the 100, 200, 400 and the 4x1, which is absolutely phenomenal for a group of Kiwi girls. And yeah, so Rosie Elliott in the 400 went to the World Champs this year. She's sort of been a revelation in the one lapper, and then Georgia Hulls in the 200, really solidifying her place as the number 1 200 runner. But the Livy Wilson is the other name to watch here. She was bronze medal in the national champs, so certainly keep an eye out for her. And there's Simone Tafanai, who has also picked up a medal at the national champs in the 100 metres in the past as well. So this is certainly the sort of field that you would see in a national 100 metre final champs, just minus Zoe Hobbs, who is currently devouring some dinner.
Very good, very good. Now, the other twist to this one, Hayden, is this is a handicap race, with, as we can see, lane 1, Danielle Golderman has got a slight start here. So this is going to be an interesting twist to the race, isn't it?
Yeah, very, very interesting. You can see those staggers. Georgia and Rosie, I think, are right back at the 100-metre line, and the other girls have a slight advantage. So I'm sure the handicappers will have done a good job working out what sort of fitness everyone's in, but you can see the more junior runners have a bit more of an advantage. Another name to keep an eye out there in lane 7 is Muriel Venida, who is the under-20 national champ in the 100 metres. So a lot of quality names, and certainly names for the future.
Well, we'll see if Elliott and Hulls come through here. Elliott's in lane 3, Georgia Hulls is in lane 5. So they're at the back there. Goldman's got a massive head start, of course. Geary from Hastings is going there. Now Hulls, we look at Elliott as well, but it looks like Alderman on the inside. And coming through in lane 6, it looks like it is Livy Wilson.
Wonderful start from Livy. She's known as a fantastic starter, and often when she's starting next to you, you get that little whip out of the blocks. You watch this from Livy Wilson, just the third from the left there with the blonde ponytail. Look how fast she is. She's very powerful out of the blocks and quickly makes up that advantage. Look at those powerful strides from Livy Wilson as she just storms down her home track here. And Georgia Hulls inside of her, and Rosie Elliott just didn't have enough track to run her down.
Yeah, Livy Wilson's time unconfirmed at the moment, 10.81. Georgia Hulls in second, 10.98. Same time as Shannon Geary from Hastings, who started in lane 2. Galderman, who had the biggest advantage in the race, has come home in 4th place.
And just before we go rewriting the record books, a reminder they were on a handicap. So Zoe Hobbs would have been on the 100 metres. And so the others obviously running shorter than 100 metres. So, and I was talking to Zoe as she was devouring some dinner in the marquee there, and she was saying, for me this would have been a great opener because there's no pressure. We're running a handicap race. It's a good chance to just get out there, blast out the cobwebs, and really enjoy the experience of being back racing in New Zealand after she's rewritten all sorts of record books, not just in New Zealand, but Oceania records. She's had a wonderful 2022.
Hasn't she? And we really hope that kicks on to what will be a tremendous 2023 as well. So, yes, those times, of course, got to be bearing in mind that all of them were running shorter than 100 metres, but still very good effort there from Wilson to come through to win the 100 metres race. So now we're getting the same scenario here for the men's 100 metres. You can see some of the runners are well inside the 100 metre mark.
Absolutely. And it's an interesting science. Anyone who's belonged to a running club or an athletics club has probably done a handicap race, and it's a great way to bring the community together. And it all comes down to how the handicapper does the math. So there's often at the club level a few bribes going across the table to the handicapper. You'll notice people are shouting him a few cold ones, or her a few cold ones.
Indeed.
So, yeah, so some really interesting names lining up in this one. In lane 2 will be Zachary Saunders, who you can see on screen. He's the under-20 national champ. Certainly one of the boys to keep an eye out for the future is Max Tiorua, who I believe is a multidisciplined athlete, has talents across track and field. And a lot of the local boys as well from North Harbour Bays, who have an incredibly strong dancing there, getting in the zone, incredibly strong sprint team here, as we saw with those Masters runners. It's a great little community here, meeting down here every Sunday for the Masters, doing their sprint training.
Well, I'd find it remarkable that all of those Masters runners at their age don't pull hamstrings. Well, they probably do, but they can actually get fit enough to actually do it, put in a good 100-metre sprint, which is pretty amazing, really.
Absolutely, and I think the tendency is for people to go longer and longer as they age, but it's great to keep those fast twitch fibres going. And look, sprinting is a full body full body workout, obviously, but it's very holistic in terms of you're spending time in the gym, spending time at the track, doing lots of mobility work, and it is if you look after your body, it is something you can do well on into the later years of your life.
Absolutely. All right, well, let's run through this field for the men's 100 metres. Zach Saunders from Pakuranga in lane 2. Cade Lambert, North Harbour Bays. Owen Lamb in 3 and 4. Max Tuarua from North Harbour Bays in lane 5. Albin Shu from Waitakere in 6. Troy Middleton from Waitakere in 7. And Arjen Wallange from Avondale College is out there as well. So it looks like we've got the 7 runners there. Or was it just 6? It might be just 6. So it looks like Wallange from Avondale College is not running in lane 8. No, he's not. So just down to 6. So you can see Taurua and Shu have the biggest handicaps. But they're all starting well inside 100 metres. They're away, and it's Taurua. But on the outside, Shu starting coming through from Waitakere, and he's powering to the finish line. Thanks for coming. It's Alvin Shu who wins that one. And he's got the smile on his face as he runs it out. Very good effort there from him. And he took full advantage of a nice little handicap there, didn't he?
Absolutely. Great work. Got out hard, and we saw him recently at the New Zealand Secondary Schools Champs, ran well there. So, yeah, great work from these boys. Good, clean start. And you can see there's just not enough time for the likes of Zachary Saunders on lane 2 to just make up any of that deficit. But Zhu doing a great job.
Yeah, again, a good start. Good way to start the summer for Alvin Shu, who's won it in a time of... He's broken 10 seconds. 9.75, Hayden.
Hold on to your horses.
Exactly. He probably ran from about 90, what do you reckon, about 95 metres maybe, 90 metres?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. And I'm sure all of these guys will go home and punch the numbers and work out what they would have run with 100 metres. Coming through, Owen Lamb in 2nd place and Zachary Saunders in 3rd just by a whisker.
Indeed, Troy Middleton coming home in 4th place. So there we are, a bit of fun for the 100 metre sprinters. Our next race coming up at 7:30 in about 8 minutes. We're going back to the 5,000 metres, and this one will be for the C-graded runners, which is for runners that have a time at around 15.5 to 16 minutes. So still should be a good race. Nice even race like we saw with the D-graders a little earlier. Don't forget from here the runners in the 5,000 metres get progressively fast. We've got the women's B race coming up, the men's B race too, before we head into some 800 metre races a little bit later on. So stay with us, more coming up right after this.
New approach, new execution, new solution. Under Armour said, let's start with the women's foot first. Based on the science behind the female form, the flow synchro feels natural, flexible and light, empowering us to strive for more. Designed by women, for women.
Yes, we're back at the Daikin Night of 5's here at Millennium Institute. Still raining here in Auckland as we move back into the 5,000 metre races. The next one is the C-seeded race for the men. And going to be the pacemaker here is Luke Cotter from Whippets. He's going to be the pacemaker. The seeded runners include in this list Liam Bird, who's in there. Also, Darian Saruri from Hastings is also. Kieran Coates is one to watch out for, as is Rodwin Isaacs, who was on the previous page. So that is the field for the men's 5,000 metres C-seeded race, which is coming up next. Don't forget, we end the evening with the elite races for the women and men in the 5,000 metres, including what should be a terrific men's race, which has Sam Tanner locked and loaded in that race. Should be interesting to see him run over 5K, shouldn't it, Hayden? Yeah? You need your headset back on, I'm afraid, champ. Yeah.
All right,
you got the right one now.
Got the right mic back on, and still got my umbrella up inside. Was it halfway running out the door to catch an interview? But yeah, the men's 5,000 and the women's 5,000 are going to be great. And I know Sam Tanner, he's number 2 now in the 1,500 metres in New Zealand all time. When you think about the great names that he's surpassed in that event, shows the class athlete that he is. And I know that as you get a little bit older, you build that strength and that aerobic endurance, so it'll be great to see him in the 5,000 metres tonight. And look, the 800s are going to be interesting as well, to see. There's a bunch of boys who
very evenly matched, I saw.
A lot of sort of 149 guys, so look, expect that to be one in kind of 148-ish if they push on. And then, the women's race is going to be electric as well, with Alison Andrews-Paul back from Canada, and she's just been lighting things up in the 800 metres lately, getting very close to that magic 2-minute
mark.
barrier.
It'd be great to see her break the 2-minute mark, won't it? Hopefully she'll do it somewhere over the summer.
Yeah.
Who knows? She might even do it here.
It could be tonight.
You never know.
Tonight could be the night in the rain.
Could be. So these are the runners lining up for the men's C-seeded race.
Yeah, and we've got in this race, we've got particularly some of our better known Masters runners who really dominate the Masters world, which is when we talk about level of competitiveness, there's not much more competitive than the 45 to 49 age group in a New Zealand cross-country title or something. So a lot of these boys know each other really well, the likes of Simon Mace and their Greg Derbyshire, and they'll be eyeing each other up, Rodwin Isaacs, so they know each other really well, and will be certainly looking to take bragging rights out of this race, and maybe prove a point to the race organisers. Maybe I should have been in that B race.
Yeah, exactly.
To have a C race that includes a lot of men who could possibly go under 15 minutes on their day is quite incredible. So expect this race to be going out at sort of the low 15s, which anyone who knows your running paces, we're looking at sort of 305, 306 per K. So that's about, you're ticking off kind of 74 seconds per lap, which is pretty quick when you've got to do 12 and a half of them. And as the night goes on, these 5Ks will get faster and faster.
Yeah, we're looking forward to them as well. So we have, let's have a look here, 19 runners set to go. A couple of late defections. Looks like Liam Bird and Nick Moore have pulled out of this race. So we still have a number of very evenly matched runners who will be competing in this. Good to see a couple come up from Christchurch, like Alex Kelleher from Christchurch Avon. Darian Sarodi from Hastings is in the field. Most of these runners from Auckland. Cameron Swales from University of Canterbury in there as well.
And it looks like that rain is just starting to ease off. But the main thing that these runners will have been hoping for is a nice still night. And they've certainly got that. It's not particularly hot, and as long as you're wearing spikes out there, I don't think the rain's going to be a huge factor.
So here come all the runners up to start this men's 5,000.
Congratulations, everyone. What a great event to put on first time.
So there's the pacemaker right in the outside lane there. That's Luke Cotter. Beside him, James Matthews.
Let's put our hands together one more time for the...
He's from Hill City University, and we're underway in the men's 5K seeded race. So straight to the front goes the pacemaker, who is, once again for you, Luke Cotter. Try and put up a good pace and keep these runners honest through the early stages of it. Simon Mace from Oaraka dropping into second place. Glen Eden runner George Mawson in third, and the early runners, well, the early stages, we're seeing all these runners shuffle into their positions with 12 laps of this race to go. And already we're seeing the field string or stretched out quite a bit in these early stages. So Mace dropping into second. Sarodi there looking in about fourth place at the moment, the Hastings runner. So Mace behind the pacemaker at the moment. Sarodi in second. Looks like Liam Bird is, in fact, it's not Liam Bird, it is Jack Snedden, I think, who's slotted into fourth place there, number 12. It is Jack Snedden. And then George Mawson from Glen Eden is in fifth place. So a couple of West Aucklanders in there. As the runners go through 1.5 laps of this men's seeded 5,000 metres, and already it's not a very bunched race, is it? It is quite stretched out, with James Matthews bringing up the rear at the moment. All right, while this race is continuing, let's go to Hayden, who has one of the winners of the 100 metres dash with him. Hayden.
Kia ora. Yeah, I've got Alvin Zhu here, who took out the 100 metre handicap race. So Alvin, congratulations.
Thank you.
And how did you find the handicap race format? Because you started off with a little lead, but you held on to the lead.
God.
Yeah. Cool. And was it? Could you hear the others coming behind you?
I can't see anyone behind me. I just want like going forward.
Yeah. Cool. Now you're from Waitakere, just down the road, but you also ran the national secondary schools in New Plymouth last week. Yep. But you've got a bit of an injury as well. Tell us about your injury.
I got injury on my calf and foot. Like, yeah, it has been like a month, and yeah, I did my best in my national, and yeah, and God also teach me a lot in the nationals. It helped me a lot, make me stronger.
Yeah, well, it obviously paid off tonight, because you came through for the win, held off the other boys. So, congratulations. And what's next for you this season? Where can we see you next?
I think then next week or after next week, like when you guys have the competition, I think I will come.
Awesome. Yeah. Cool. Brilliant. Well, well done, Alvin, taking out the handicap 100 metres, and hope to see more of you this summer.
Thank you very much.
Awesome.
Right, here we
Thank
are,
you.
Alvin
Let's head back to that 5,000 metre race.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Thanks, Hayden. Good job. Back to the seeded 5,000 metres race. Still, you can see Luke Cotter, the pacemaker, out the front. There was Simon Mace from Oaraka in second place. So very little change there, with Jack Snedden up there too from Oratia Running Club. And Sarodi, who is one of the seeded runners up there as well. Darian Sarodi from Hastings. In the cap he is there. He's looking very comfortable just in behind Simon Mace. Glen Eden's runner is still there as well. That is George Mawson. So still no change as they complete the next lap. Cotter keeping an eye on the time. He wants to keep this at a good clip, as he's trying to really stretch the runners out in this men's C-seeded race. All right, we can go back for another interview now. Hayden's gone track. So you got the women's 100-metre winner with you this time, Hayden.
All right, here we are with Livy Wilson, the winner of the women's 100-metre handicap race. Now, you had a time of, what was it, 10.8 or something? So you broke 11 officially, but what was your handicap? Where did you start?
I knew you'd ask me that. I actually don't know what my stagger was.
Let's call it 100 metres, roughly. Round it up.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. I think I might have been maybe like around maybe 5 metres, 7 metres. I'm not too sure. I honestly didn't check. I just found the line, laid down my blocks, and just went.
Yeah, just wait for the gun and run.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, choice. Now, you're known for a good start, and you had a really good national champs coming home with a medal this year. So obviously the training's been going pretty well this winter.
Yes, yeah, it has been. We've had a really solid last 2 months. It's been hectic, really heavy lifting in the gym, good amount of work on the track, and the body's healthy. And that was the main thing, consistency and staying healthy, so it's been good.
Awesome. And how do you enjoy the handicap format? Because I was talking to Zoe before, and she was saying I would love to open here because it's no pressure. You can sort of get out there and have some fun.
Well, that's the thing, is that you don't have people next to you. You can just solely focus on your lane and then just absolutely gun for it. So it's a really nice, like, soft opener for people, and just a nice way to like round out the year, really.
Yeah. Plans for the season coming up?
Potts, Capital Classic, ITM, maybe across the ditch a couple of times. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, looking forward to more of your 100-metre running and some PBs this season. And the 4x100 girls, any plans there? Are you guys going to train up and take down that record again?
Yeah, absolutely. We had a little relay practice today, which went well, and then we'll try go over to Aussie and race the Aussie girls and hopefully get a Worlds qualifier. Would be amazing.
Yes, yeah, bring it on. Cool. Well done tonight. Looking forward to more of your sprinting this summer.
Thank you.
Choice. Back to that 5K.
Thanks, Hayden. Nice job with Livy Wilson there, the winner of the 100-metre gift race in the women's. So here we are, the back with the men's seeded 5,000-metre race. And you can still see Luke Cotter still pacing away. So now we've dropped quite a few runners now. Simon Mace looking strong. Soroti in second place. Snedden is still there in third. And we have Mawson still there. So still there, no change to the top four. We do have a couple of Takapuna runners in there as well. So that lead group of 9, excluding Luke Cotter, the pacemaker. Although that is even stretching out a little bit now with the Christchurch runner just dropping off a little bit. Alex Kelleher. So good pace by these runners, with Cotter doing a good job of keeping these runners on point. Cameron Swales is in there from Christchurch. He's in 6th place at the moment, but it's Mace, Soroti and Snedden and Mawson still there. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's been no change really since the start of the race, where these runners slotted in, as that rain just comes in a little bit stronger again midway through this race. Remember, these runners will complete around 15 and a half. Seeing a bit of a move out the back there. So Mace still there, Soroti, Snedden. And coming up into 4th there, it's number 13 who's coming up, Max Tuttle, or Tuttle rather, from North Harbour Bays, who's come up a little bit. He's slotting back into 4th place with Mawson now dropping off the pace from Glen Eden, heading back towards the end of that group of 9 runners. So Mace still there, Sarodi. Max Tuttle has made that surge up into 3rd place. Jack Snedden still slotting in there. He's in the blue singlet in around 3rd or 4th place at the moment. A couple of Takapuna runners looking quite strong there too, and comfortable towards the back end of that group. But Mawson looks like he's just started struggling with the pace of this race a little bit through the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, these boys are setting a good pace. Good to see Luke Cotter out on the front, just driving things nice and hard. And so far, these guys are struggling to stay with it. So Simon Mace, he is a regular appearance in the Masters ranks. Greg Derbyshire just 2 places behind him. And then, in the middle of them, we've got Darian Sorori.
Yeah,
so
it's very comfortable in the black cap. So Derbyshire's in the white cap turned around. So these are the runners that we expected to come through in this race.
Yeah, you can see the Takapuna singlets there, very distinctive from behind. The blue and yellow of Takapuna. We've got a really strong Harriers group there. Another team who make their presence felt very well at the New Zealand Masters, or New Zealand Road Relays, sorry. And then speaking of New Zealand Road Relays, Whippets is a new running project arrived on the scene, and they, I want to say they got 2nd this year.
Well, they won the team relay before you got here, Hayden.
Oh,
and they
nice.
won it easy.
Brilliant.
By about a minute and a half. So they absolutely destroyed the rest of the teams in that race earlier today. So it looks like we're down to, 7 left now. So Mace still there. Sarodi looking very comfortable. Derbyshire there in 3rd place. And then we have the University of Canterbury runner, Cameron Swales there. He's coming up on Derbyshire's right shoulder there. In fact, he's taken over from Mace now. Sarodi actually looking really strong in 2nd place now. Luke Cotter, still the pacemaker. He won't be far from dropping out, leaving the runners there to really decide who's going to come through and win this race.
Yeah, I've got to say, he's going very deep into this. We're coming up 4K here, so this will give us a good idea of the sort of pace that we can expect. And with a group like this, you'd expect them to drop a sort of a 3-minute K. So that's getting up over 20 Ks an hour. So here they go, 4K, around about, 12.26, 12.27. Little click of the watch as as Luke Cotter comes through, 1K to go, and maybe a little bit of a split. These 3 just starting to go clear of the rest.
Well, Cotter's supposed to be the pacemaker. You mentioned he's going deep. He's going bone deep now. With Swales looking strong, Sarodi now, and Mace dropping off a little bit. So maybe it's just going to be Swales and Sarodi who will decide this men's 5,000 metre seeded race.
And the pacemaker, of course, has every right to finish. In fact, they are supposed to be in there unofficially as a genuine competitor. But they're certainly allowed to finish. So it'll be interesting to see if Luke just decides, well, I've only got, 700 metres left to run, so I may as well finish off the 5K. It'll look much better on my Strava account, having finished this 5,000 metres. But things definitely stretching out as Sorori and Swales stay on the shoulder of Luke Cotter.
They do. Swales doesn't look like he's particularly comfortable with his facial expression. Sarodi is the opposite. He's looking really strong. So maybe we're expecting him to kick here at some point. We'll see when he makes his move. He looks like he's capable of making a move, but the spanner in the works is still Luke Cotter, the pacemaker, who's still leading and has led right from the start. Now Sarodi coming around the outside here of Swales, and he's got that good length of stride to him. He's looking comfortable here, the runner from Hastings.
Yeah, looking really good. And finally, our pacemaker steps off the side of the track, leaves them to get the bell. And as you say, Sorori just putting the foot down, had some energy in the tank. And there we go, showing a great clean pair of heels.
Well, he was the highest seeded runner coming into this race. And Sarodi here from Hastings is really stretching out here. Darian, he's got a good lead on him. And Swales has done really well to stick with it. There's Derbyshire. Also sticking with him there is the Christchurch Avon runner, Alex Gallagher. So they've done well. Mace has dropped off the pace, but Sarodi here is looking really strong with a couple of 100 metres to run.
Yeah, you can look at that, really getting into his work now,
Wow.
opening things up. Great finish from Sarori here in the rain on the North Shore.
And he is looking really strong and comfortable. Everything is ticked nicely here for Sarodi. And he's coming down the home straight here. And he's going to win this C-seeded race in the 5,000 really comfortably. Good time ticking over here for him as well.
Yeah, he's completed that final K in under 3 minutes, so that good turn of pace really opened up the race. And here he is, Cameron Swales will come through for second, and Greg Derbyshire, the local boy, will claim third place. Oh, yeah, sorry, Greg Derbyshire in fourth place.
Yes, yeah, so it's actually a Canterbury double there, picking up the minor placings with Alex Gallagher coming through to get third place. But good race. Love the way Sarodi ran that, Hayden. It was a masterful tactical execution there from him.
Yeah, brilliant. Just staying within his within himself till the point where it really counted, and we'll see more of those sorts of tactics in the later races where we get to the real speedy stuff. Essentially, what we're looking at for these senior men's races is this one's 15 minutes something, the next one will be 14 minutes, and the final one will need to be 1 in 13 minutes. And how low can we go into the 13 minutes is the question.
Fingers crossed we go low. Darian Sarodi's time, 15:19.11. has been confirmed now, with Cameron Swales coming home second in 15:24.31. You can see Sarodi dropping in there behind Mace, got into a good position right from the start, was able to really execute his game plan pretty well.
Yeah, and huge effort from Luke Cotter to pull out with 4:50 to go in the 5,000 metres is pretty impressive. So he did a lot for these boys. And look, tonight, for a lot of these athletes, particularly in the DCB finals, it's about running personal best. And for a lot of these athletes, this will be the fastest they run in their entire life. And so this night can be quite significant. So the work the pacemakers put in is a really self-sacrificial role that they play. But it's also, I've talked to Holly Manning, who's flying up from Palmerston North, having done a road mile. She's going to be pacing the 800, and she's really looking forward to being able to do some pacemaking duties, because it is a great way to turn your running into a bit more of a team sport rather than just something that's all about yourself. You can really help out your mates next to you.
So just repeating those times again: Sarodi 15 minutes 19.11 seconds, Cameron Swale 15:24.31. Gallagher's time is confirmed at 15:28.70, just ahead of Greg Derbyshire from Takapuna, 15:30.96. So that wraps up the C race in the men's 5,000. We're going to come back in just a moment. It's women's 5,000 metre B race. That's next.
New approach, new execution, new solution. Under Armour said, let's start with the women's foot first. Based on the science behind the female form, the flow synchro feels natural, flexible and light, empowering us to strive for more. Designed by women, for women.
So the action continues here at the Millennium Institute on Auckland's North Shore. We just had that men's 5,000 metre C-seated race. Next up, It is the women's 5,000 metre B race. Don't forget, folks, the big races are still to come this evening. We have elite races coming in the 800 metres for women's and men's, and then the 5,000 metre races for the elites as well. So looking forward to seeing some of our stars in action. Sam Tanner's going to be racing. Of course, he finished 6th in the 1,500 at the Birmingham Commonwealth Games. Camille Buscombe makes her comeback tonight too. We should talk about her before the next race, Hayden. She represented New Zealand at the Tokyo Olympic Games, just back from having a baby, and here she is back into it. It's going to be great to see her back in action over the summer.
Yeah, she's our number 2 girl all time over the 5K and the 10K, so it's great to see her coming back from having a baby, and it's still early days in that journey back to fitness. So I'm sure this will be a bit more of that blowing out the cobwebs. She did the Auckland Half Marathon recently and finished in 6th place in a time of 1:22. So by her standards, that was certainly nothing to write home about, but it's a post-baby PB, and it'll be really interesting to see how her fitness is coming on, and it'd be great to see if she can get back to somewhere near her best this summer.
So Sophie Robb is one of the seeded runners in this race. There she is, number 10. She's from Auckland City Athletics. Jessie, the appropriately named Jessie Speedy, is going to be the pacemaker for this race.
You can't get much better than that for a runner's name, and she will be doing the pacemaking. Hopefully not too speedy, just a nice even pace. Thanks, Jessie.
Karen Donaldson-Barron is also another to keep your eye on. So basically we're looking at runners here who have times from around 17.5 minutes out. So later on we're going to get the faster runners in the A race. So that's where we are with this. So Sophie Robb, interesting runner. I've got a funny feeling she goes to St Cuthbert's College, my daughter's school.
Yes.
So
I've known the Robb sisters for quite some time, and Sophie's really coming into
Scarlett
her own
Robb
now.
Scarlett Robb's the other one.
Yep. So Sophie is the current reigning 5K under 20 road champion. So she'll be looking to set a good time today, but it really is the battle of the juniors versus the masters. That's how I'd frame this one, because we've got the likes of Karen Donaldson-Brown, who's recently crossed the magic 40 mark, and then the evergreen Sally Gibbs, who owns every New Zealand Masters record up to the 50 to 59 category, which she finds herself in now, and she has just been an unstoppable force in the Masters ranks for about 10 or 12 years, something like that. So she will be looking to set another fast time, and really for her the focus is next year, because she moves up an age grade and will be looking to take down a whole bunch of those 60 to 64 categories. But so really is the battle of the fresh, maybe, and versus the wise. Maybe that's the way to frame this race coming up. And like on screen there, we've got Anna Bramley, who's a former highly competitive 800 metre, now back from having two boys, and her boys are in attendance tonight, and she's getting back into fitness post kids as well. So really cool to see mums, high school athletes, and everything in between taking part in this B race.
Well, we'll see how Sally Gibbs goes. It's interesting you mentioned her. They love racing against the young runners, don't they?
Absolutely.
Beating them is just brings a smile to their faces. And, of course, it's never pleasant being beaten by an older runner either. Yeah.
Incidentally, Sally Gibbs' personal best is 16:44, which she set only 10 years ago at the age of 49. So,
wow,
16:44 would have her well and truly as a contender in the A race. So that gives you an idea of the caliber. She's now more of a mid-18s runner, but she could rock up to any park run in the country and challenge for the overall win with that kind of time. So, yeah, absolute national treasure in our distance running community. And we've also got Stella Hammond, who's bronze medalist in the under-18 New Zealand cross-country champs earlier this year. So she'll be another name to keep an eye out. And then, like we had in that men's race earlier, a lot of these women will be coming here wanting to set their 5K PB, and it could be the PB that sticks with them for life. So this will be a very important evening, and great to see these girls enjoying themselves already out there, loving the music, loving the atmosphere, hanging out with their friends. This is what this is all about.
Absolutely. All of these runners here from North Harbour Bays. We have Jasmine Finney, Soraya Lindsay, and Jessie Speedy, of course, out there, Anna Bramley too, from that club. So this race getting underway in 6 minutes, and we'll be back with the start of the race right after this. So we're a couple of minutes away from the women's 5,000 metres. Still to come, we have the men's 5,000 metres straight after this race. It's going to involve 20 runners. And then we're into the B races for the 800 metres. Women's first, then the men's, and then we are into the elite races from there. For the 800 metres, which is for the women, goes at 9:10. Then we have the 800 metres for men at 15:15. Then we have the women's elite 5,000 metre race at 9:25, to be followed by the Blencoe Cup race for the men at 10:10. So that's how we're looking for the rest of the evening here at the Night of Fives. And it's been a tough old day weather-wise. We saw the women's pole vault moved indoors. Unfortunately, couldn't bring that to you today. So next time, though, I'm sure, well, let's be honest, Hayden, the weather can't be any worse than what it is right now.
We could have howling winds to add to the mix
that's true.
as well. But
that's
yeah,
true.
we'll take the rain over the wind for the distance running. That's for sure. But yeah, those spectators under that marquee are definitely appreciative of the big marquee, but the infield is, I can tell you, about 2 inches deep.
Yeah.
Those pictures don't quite do it justice. There's a lot of surface water in there, so hopefully the groundskeeper here isn't watching the stream because there will be some bare patches in that grass by the end of it, as we see Jessie Speedy just going through her motions for her warm-up.
Yes, indeed.
And she will also be pacing the 800 metre B race as well, so she's got a busy night ahead of her, switching from the slower 5K up to the very speedy, excuse the pun, 800 metres. And there's Sally Gibbs, the evergreen Sally Gibbs. I think we should just permanently put evergreen on the front of her name, because she's proving that you can run brilliant times, whatever age you are. So, and while we're going through getting ready for the start of this B race, I have to say a big shout out to the local club here, North Harbour Bays, who have a wonderful women's program. You can see the black and yellow, black and lime singlets there of North Harbour Bays. So the Bays Babes is what they call themselves, and they've got just a great community of women who run together multiple times per week, and headed up by the likes of Laura Nagel 1500, 5000 metre champion who put a lot of work into organising tonight. And yeah, the community here has done a great job putting on this event and doing a great job for women's distance running as well.
All right, so here we go with the women's 5,000 metres B-seeded race. Not too far away from starting.
Not far away from starting the women's 5,000 metre B race. Just had a lot of people tracking the water off.
And all up, we have 11 runners, and they're underway. So Jessie Speedy will be pacing this race. So she goes straight to the front. North Harbour Bays have several runners, Jasmine Finney, Soraya Lindsay, and also Anna Bramley in there as well.
Yeah, Anna Bramley just tucked in behind Jessie, right there on the pole. So Jessie going straight to the front, and then Anna locking in behind her, and then a couple of our Christchurch Avon competitors in there, and Sally Gibbs finds herself in the middle. Now I'm scanning through, I can't see Sophie Robb in there, so
no,
perhaps she's a scratching, or perhaps she's been bumped up into the next race. Who knows? We'll find out shortly.
We'll find out, yes. Those two Christchurch Avon runners, Lahana Reeves and Charlotte Blair, are occupying third and fourth at the moment. So keep your eye on those two Christchurch runners who are up there. Bramley holding down second place at the moment. And Stella Hammond from Oratia is in that lead group as well, with Sally Gibbs just locking in behind her, the Masters runner.
So coming up to 400 metres now, so in a time of 1:22. So that's just a tick off 17:30 pace. So that's pretty speedy. I was talking to Anna Bramley before, and she was giving me some of her recent 3K times, and together we were trying to work out what would be an appropriate pace. We both agreed that somewhere around 3:30 per K, which adds up to 17:35 K, would be about right. So she looks like she's about on pace at the moment, but it's a group of four going with Jessie Speedy at the moment. You can see Stella Hammond there, the youngster, the 17-year-old at the back of that pack, and then Sally Gibbs just letting the bungee cord stretch a little bit, but she'll know what she's doing. She's an experienced campaigner, so she'll be coming in with a pace that she wants to run, and we'll be happy to settle into that pace right from the start.
Sally Gibbs, of course, from Athletics Wanganui, just giving up a few metres to that lead group at the moment, with Speedy setting the pace. To see a few Christchurch runners who have come up today for this meet, Lahana Reeves and Charlotte Blair. So let's see if they can continue to run nice and strong in this event here. Tactically here, Hayden, what's the plan here? With a pacemaker, do you actually change your tactics? Do things change for runners in a race when there's a pacemaker there?
Yeah, I think it's definitely a mental one where you can just get in and just switch off. You know, you do need to pay a little bit of attention maybe once every K, but otherwise you can just lock in and say, look, Jessie's an experienced runner. I can just get in here, sit on her shoulder, sit on her tail. Ideally, you want to be as close to the rail as possible. That's the shortest way around the track. So sit in there, let her break the wind for you, and let her do the job of hitting the splits, and then, like we saw in that men's C race, wait for the bell and then kick on. So yeah, it really takes a lot of that thought out. When you think of this race will take 17 and a half minutes, there's a lot of opportunity to make wrong decisions in 17 and a half minutes of pain. So having a pacemaker certainly takes out a lot of that decision making. You just get into metronome mode and go for it.
Lahana Reeves in second at the moment, behind the pacemaker Speedy. So still that gap now lengthening out a little bit between that lead group and back to Sally Gibbs now. So Bramley in there, nice and settled in there, Anna Bramley from North Harbour Bays, and the other runner in there is Stella Hammond from Oratia. Oratia is West Auckland.
Yeah, good to see young Stella Hammond being prepared to mix it with these more experienced runners and stay with the pace. So looking good so far. And Christchurch Avon done the drive up, the fly up to this end of the country, and which goes to show how this event, it's just a fixture in December, shortly before Christmas. Everyone knows you can lock this in, try to have a crack at that 5k PB, and lock this in December. And traditionally, this has been the beginning of the New Zealand summer of track and field. So although the weather might not be totally playing ball tonight, it's certainly the athletes have come here to play.
Well, the good news is that rain is really just dropped to right back now. So fingers crossed that weather might be clearing a little bit out to the north as we look out there now, which is a good sign. These Christchurch Avon runners here looking strong, aren't they? Charlotte Blair and Lahana Reeves looking comfortable, Hayden.
Absolutely, yeah. Particularly Charlotte locked in there, and I can also see Stella. She's no grimace on the face, just happy. Almost like this is a Saturday morning tempo run that you do in training each week. So great to see these girls settling into their work. Nice. There's Karen Donaldson-Brown, then some of our local Bays Babes athletes coming through.
Yeah, back in the pack a little bit. Soraya Lindsay and also Jasmine Finney. So no change to the top. These four plus our pacemaker Jessie Speedy. Coming through 6 minutes now. We're looking at a time in the 17s, maybe high 17s at the moment. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I'd like to think so. We'll get a good indication in 200 metres time as they come through the 2K mark. So if they are coming through there in around 7 minutes, that would be on for 17:30. But yeah, I would say that something with a 17 on it should win this race. But Jessie Speedy doing a wonderful job there at the front, leading this group of 4 women behind her. Everyone just having a quick look down at the watch, making sure they're on track.
Yeah, big gap back now to 5th. And Sally Gibbs in 6th, about 50 to 60 metres back at the moment. So it's the youngsters who are by and large in that lead group at the moment. As we see the group of 11 runners stretched out over 150 metres now. And we're not even halfway through the race.
Yeah, so I calculate they went through in around 7 minutes. So obviously Jessie has the memo, hit 124 per lap, which will give us that 330 per K. And so that's the tempo that we've got going, and it's how long can these 4 women stick with her.
Well, the 2 Christchurch Avon runners doing very well again, Lahana Reeves and Charlotte Blair. They're looking strong, those 2. Anna Bramley still there. North Harbour Bays and Stella Hammond trying desperately to stay with those lead 2 runners. Just hanging off the back of that group, although there is starting to stretch out just a little bit now as we tick over 8 minutes. Yes, I've just been looking at recent performances from these girls as we see Lahana just having a little chat to her Christchurch Avon teammate as they managed to stick with Jessie, and maybe that's a bit of a decisive break there in this race. But yeah, the 2 Christchurch Avon athletes looking pretty comfy. So recently Lahana Reeves did a 10:09, which would suggest that she's probably in the best form of all the ladies in this race, and that would suggest a 17:30 as well on the cards for Lahana. Charlotte Blair's 3K PB, incidentally, is just a little bit slower at 10:21, so she might come close to that PB in this race, actually, as they come through the 3K. Yeah, absolutely. It'd be great, too, if we got a bit of a duel between Blair and Reeves towards the end of this race. 9:10 the time for these 2, and Speedy, the pacemaker, of course. We saw Luke Cotter go right deep into the pacemaking role in that last race. Just need to see where Speedy drops out.
Yeah, it'll be interesting how much energy she wants to save for that 800-metre pacing later in the night. Will be a big night of pacemaking duties for her. But to give you a gauge on how fast these women are travelling, if you saw someone at the gym putting the treadmill on 17.5 k's an hour, you would be noticing it because the belt is spinning pretty quickly, and that gives you an idea of how quick they're going. You know, most people would jump on the treadmill and maybe have it on 10.
Yeah.
And so these girls have got the treadmill set at 17.5, and they're just rolling around this track metronomically at the moment, thanks to this great pacemaking from Jessie Speedy.
So it's still Blair and Reeves. And that battle for third is going to be interesting too down the stretch of this race between Bramley and Hammond. They're about 20 to 30 metres behind now. But the two Christchurch Avon runners looking comfortable with Speedy as they go and complete another lap.
Yeah, that was 3K in 10:33. So, yeah, just a tick outside that 3 minutes 30 per K pace. It looks like Jessie maybe just noticed she was just a couple of seconds off target pace and put in a little surge as they went round that finish line.
Nothing like keeping them honest, Hayden.
Yeah, and it is one of the games that you play with yourself when you're pacemaking. You want to be within a second of gold time. And if you're given 17:30, ideally you just want a little split second up your sleeve. So it does become a bit of a focus for our pacemakers trying to nail that very accurately. And certainly the runners behind them appreciate it when you do nail it.
So there they go through the 200 metres. So that gap really opening up now all the way back there. We just cut away from that battle for third. It's still pretty tight there between Hammond and Bramley.
Yeah, and this is the tricky kilometre in a 5K race.
The lungs start burning, don't they?
Yeah, and you can see just that gap opening up a little bit between Charlotte and Jessie. So these two Christchurch Avon ladies need to make sure they stay focused here, just to not let that, what we call the bungee cord, between you and the pacemaker be stretched too far. You just constantly, each stride, just staying with that pacemaker, because it's much easier being within a metre of two of the person in front of you than allowing that to stretch out to 3 or 4 or 5 metres, where you lose that drafting advantage of just being locked in. As you can see, Charlotte Blair just starting to lose contact. You can see her grimacing. Dear. So, yeah, Charlotte just needs to stay focused here, needs to remind herself 1K of pain, and then the light will be at the end of the tunnel.
Oh, that's the challenge for Blair to overcome. Reeves looks like she's in much better shape to handle that, as that gap all of a sudden has gone out to 5 to 10 metres. Still tight there for third. In fact, it's tightening up with another runner coming into contention now.
Yes, that's Stella Hammond just there, and then, yeah, there's another runner just behind both of them.
I think it's Jasmine Finney from North Harbour Bays who's catching up a little bit to the runners who are in third and fourth. So you can see a big gap now has emerged between the two Christchurch Avon runners, and it's Lahana Reeves' race to lose now.
Yeah, the 21-year-old out of Christchurch Avon doing great to stay with stay with Jessie Speedy, who is doing a great job of pacemaking. We saw her come through a second too late at the last split, and it looks like she's just up there ante a little, and looks like she's just holding this pace brilliantly. And our athletes just keep dropping off of the pace, with Charlotte Blair just slipping back a little, but still on a good pace for a sub-18, and we've got a good old battle for third place.
It's going to be a really exciting finish for third, isn't it? There's Blair in second, big lead over the other two, but look how close Finney is now to the other two, Hammond and Bramley, and she's almost on the back of them. So a great run coming in there from Jasmine Finney to catch up to the other two. It's all about Lahana Reeves at the top with the pacemaker Jessie Speedy.
Yeah, they have 1K to go now, so distance runners see that as the light at the end of the tunnel. You do a lot of 1K reps, and often when you get into that final rep, you know that I can always pull out a 1K at the end of a race. So I'm sure there's a bit of a sense of this is mine to take from Lahana Reeves, and if she can just stay on the heels of Jessie Speedy in front of her, could be dragged to a very good time indeed. It will be a PB, because I understand that Lahana hasn't raced the 5,000 metres before, certainly on the track, so this will be a new PB for her. But
2 laps left.
Yeah, how far into the 17s will it be?
There's Charlotte Blair still holding a second. Big lead there with Finney coming up now into third place. What a wonderful run from Jasmine Finney. She's overhauled Stella Hammond and Anna Bramley, who's dropped off the pace now. But Hammond looks strong as she makes her move.
Yeah, a bit of a resurgence from Stella Hammond. Good to see. So these athletes pacing themselves well at this stage of the race. As we click back to our race leaders, Jessie Speedy going very deep into this pacemaking duties. She's now, four and a bit Ks in, 4.4 Ks in. So she might wait till just before getting the bell. And Lahana Reeves, the 21-year-old from Christchurch, running very, very well to stay right with the pace. And she will hear that welcome sign of the bell in about 150 metres.
Yeah, Speedy, still the pacemaker. Will she just drop off down the home straight here and leave Lahana Reeves to it? We will see. Blair holding second, but it is Reeves. As we see Speedy come up to get the bell.
Yeah, great job there from Jessie. You can see she's just looking over her shoulder and just trying to will Lahana on and just saying, come on, you got this, I'll help you to a great time here. And it is going to be a very solid time as Lahana just does a little check over her shoulder. She doesn't need to, because she's got a good 80 metres on Charlotte Blair behind her, who's sitting in second place. And then it's not too far behind her to Stella Hammond, who secured her place back in third
place. Yeah, she's well clear now of Finney, who's well clear of Bramley, who's dropped off the pace. Speedy urging Reeves on here. Great run from Jessie Speedy to really haul Lahana Reeves, who looks like she's just about running on empty now. But a wonderful effort from her as she has just under 200 metres to go.
Yeah, let's see what she's got over these last 200 metres. She's never run this far, this fast. So you can see those legs are heavy, but she's willing herself into another gear as Jessie Speedy wills her on and moves wide to make way for our winner in race B.
Wonderful effort here from Lahana Reeves, who's digging deep. She's really powering home here. Wonderful run. Great job from Jessie Speedy, the pacemaker. Lahana Reeves is going to clock it in at 17:34. Great run from Lahana Reeves from Christchurch Avon. And that's great stuff from Jessie Speedy as well. As we look down the home straight, and here comes Charlotte Blair, her Christchurch Avon teammate, to come home in second. Great run there, just over 17:51.
And young Stella Hammond, the 17-year-old, will break 18 minutes as well, which is a big, big accomplishment. Here's Finney, who did a lot of work in those later stages of the race. She'll finish with a new personal best as well. And Anna Bramley, post-baby, this will be a big PB for her. She'll be very happy. Her boys will come and congratulate her shortly. So great scenes here. And look at Jessie, just done such a good job. Look at that. That was Sally Gibbs coming through for what was very close to best for her and her age group.
And some great good runs from Sophie Williamson too, who just finished ahead there of Sally Gibbs. But great effort there from Lahana Reeves to win that race. Time of 17:35.12. She finished 2 seconds clear of Jessie Speedy, allowed her to win the race. But a really good effort from Speedy, who paced it beautifully all the way through.
Yeah, so great to see this from Jessie. And man, she looked comfortable running 17:30 pace. And you can see there just conversing with the other athletes the whole way. And it is, she was given a job of running 3:30 per K, but you also need to just pay attention to the race behind you. If they're not going with that pace, you need to respond to that. And there she is, just willing Lahana on. And what a kick from Lahana. We thought she had nothing left in her legs with 200 to go, but she turned on the gas. Look at her just collapse to the floor, but takes a quick breather and then goes up to thank Jessie for all the hard work. And that is a very impressive time from Lahana Reeves.
Yeah, it is indeed. So Speedy actually did finish the race 17:37, so officially she came second. Charlotte Blair finished in third place. So Stella Hammond has to settle with fourth, but she did break 18 minutes for the 5K, so good on her.
And you can see what it means for these athletes, Anna Bramley there on screen has done many a run, pushing a buggy, trying to work out childcare, getting out for those runs, and a lot of these athletes will have been targeting this race all winter long, and here it is. You've just ticked off that new PB, you've just ticked off that training goal, and now it's time to put the feet up and enjoy the holidays and the Christmas break.
Enjoy it, but not too much, of course, because you've got another race coming up. All right, we've got our next race coming up in about 10 minutes, so stay with us. And we're going to have the men's 5,000 metre B-seeded race coming up next.
New approach, new execution, new solution. Under Armour said, let's start with the women's foot first. Based on the science behind the female form, the flow synchro feels natural, flexible and light, empowering us to strive for more. Designed by women, for women.
And please join me in welcoming Barry to say a few words about his longtime friend, Corey.
Well, stay with us, folks. We'll have that men's 5,000 metre B race for you soon. That is coming up in 8 minutes, so still a fair way off.
The great news, Glenn, is there is clearer skies above us here on the north shore of Auckland, which is a very good sign. I almost want to say that's some blue off to the northeast, but I could be mistaken. It could just be a big old blue thundercloud. I remember it was about a year or two ago at this event where we had thunder and lightning surrounding the event, so it does tend to attract some dramatic weather. As I can see just off screen there, look at our athletes getting a little ice bath in the shot put circle.
Yeah, that really does indicate how much rain there has been today here in Auckland, here on the North Shore. Now this race is going to be interesting. We have Jaden Movold in there, a para wheelchair athlete in there. Here he is. So he is going to be one to watch in this race. Interesting to see what time he's going to get round the track in.
Yeah, he will most likely win the race or be very close to it. Obviously, the wheelchair takes a little bit to get up to speed, but once you are up to speed, then you're away laughing. It's just a matter of keeping that running. Incidentally, the New Zealand record is 10:04 for the 5,000 metre wheelchair race. That was set back in 1998 by Ben Lucas. So
Ben Lucas.
I don't think that will be going down today, but Jaden has been going from strength to strength, doing some great work. He currently owns the under 17 New Zealand record of 15:29 for the 5,000 metres. So it'll be good to see what he can do today.
Absolutely. So these runners are all around, let's have a look here, around the 15-minute mark, give or take 10 or 20 seconds either side of that time. So we've got some good runners here. We've got Yayan van der Piet, who is the high-seeded runner. Cameron Maunda, Shogo Watanabe is in there as well. Austin Carter and George Varney all have times of under 15 minutes.
Yeah.
So there's some quick runners in this race.
Yeah, look, this is still a quality field. You've got likes of Yayan van der Piet, 3 times New Zealand steeples champion. Cameron Maunda, he got silver at the New Zealand cross country champs in the under 20 division. The likes of Shogo Watanabe, he's always one to watch. Coming through in the top 10 at a national champs. Austin Carter, incidentally, you may recognise that last name, and it comes from Hamish Carter.
Wonderful.
Hamish Carter's son, better known as a triathlete, of course, but knew a few things about running as well. Used to compete occasionally in the New Zealand track and field champs. And then Harry Dixon, he's come up from Manawatu. I saw him at the Palmerston North Airport this morning. We were heading in opposite directions. There he is, wearing the P Naughty Distance Project. He's got a PB of 14:12. That's from back in 2014. He's not in that sort of shape currently, but expect him to be challenging that 15-minute barrier. So there's some speedy boys who, if they were lining up at a national cross-country championships, you would put in the reckoning for top 10 positions. Now the tall figure in the middle, Alfie Steedman, he's a local youngster to keep an eye on. He absolutely blitzed the New Zealand secondary school junior division this year, just dominating the 1500 metres and the 3K. Setting records, championship records in both of those events and winning them. So one to watch for the future, and certainly one to watch in this event tonight.
So it should be a good race, this one. Here's Jada Movold, North Harbour Bays para wheelchair athlete. He will probably just go out there and compete in his own race, won't he? He'll just go out there and have his things to tick off and go for it.
Yeah, I'm sure he's been put in this race because it's the most appropriate in terms of him just being ahead of the pace of these boys, which will give Jaden a feel for being in a race as well. It's hard to get that competition when you're a wheelchair athlete here in New Zealand, and he's got big ambitions for taking this thing internationally, and he's a very committed young man. Got a great social media following as well, and so yeah, you can see the work that he's been putting in, developing those guns that you need to get those wheels turning.
So he'll occupy the inside lane as all the other runners come up to the start line now. Don't forget we have the women's, we're moving to 800 metre races next after this race. We're going to have some B-seeded races for women and men before we end with the 4 elite races. 2 800 metre races and 2 5,000 metre races. Big field of runners in here too.
Yeah, another big group of athletes lining up in this 5,000 metre race. So yeah, we have a Takapuna athlete on the outside, and he's got the pace bib, as you can tell, and I'm not sure who that is. We'll try and get word on who the pacemaker is, but obviously someone who's well capable of going under 15 minutes, so I'm sure the pace is going to be set at something sub 15. which incidentally is somewhere under 3 minutes per K. So that's 20 Ks per hour if we're talking about speed on a treadmill, and most treadmills tap out at 20 Ks per hour. So these boys will be looking to average faster than that. Here we go, on the line. Speaking of on the line, there were a few toes over that line, and so Marshall's doing a good job just making sure everyone's lined up properly.
So we're underway, and there's a big field of runners here. Around 20 have taken to the track here at the Millennium Institute, and the good news is the weather has really cleared up now, which is a good sign for the end of this race, or the end of this meet. And it's cleared up just in time for the big races a little bit later on in the evening.
Absolutely, and the lights have come on here at Millennium Stadium as Jaden Mulvold gets those wheels humming and starts to make his way around the outside of these boys. And we start to get that look of a train being set up, and that's when you know you're in a well-paced race where things just nice and even, strung out, and it gets that single file action where you know these guys are moving.
Yeah, they do move, don't they? So let's have a look at the field that has shaken down in these first few moments in this race. So we have a Pakuranga runner who's dropped into second place behind the pacemaker. That's Jamie Mora. Also up there too, Michael Sutton from Athletics Tauranga. He's in the green, occupying third place on the track at the moment. And then we have Alfie Steedman, who Hayden mentioned before, in fourth. A couple of Takapuna runners in fifth and sixth at the moment. Cameron Maunda up there. So shaking down at the moment. Christchurch Avon runners occupying the back of the field. Thomas Richards at the moment. Corbin Straker. And at the moment, Jamie Mora from Pakuranga. And then we have Michael Sutton up there as well from Tauranga, behind the pacemaker.
Yeah, these boys are looking good, rolling around the track. You can see our pacemaker getting right up onto his toes, and we're still unsure who the name of the pacemaker, so we've sent out a research party to discover the answer. So we're on it. Don't worry, everyone.
You see Jaden Mulvold is still leading the race. Of course, Jaden Mulvold, the para wheelchair athlete, and he will win this race. Don't think there's any doubt about that. But he's got his own goals to tick off. He's got his own things to sort out.
Yeah, good to see him. So he's got that under 17 New Zealand record of 15 and change. He's going to go well under 15 minutes today. So he's been putting in the mahi, and it's definitely paying off. Now, these boys went through 1K at 2:56, so that pace is pretty hot. So we're looking at sort of 14:40 if they can hang on to that kind of pace. So that'll be a good time for these guys. It'll be interesting to see who can stay with it. You can see there already just those bungee cords starting to stretch a little. As Jaden head down, arms pumping.
Yeah, he completes another lap. As the pacemaker brings Jamie Mora down again. Sutton's still there from Tauranga. Also up there too is Louis Andres from Hamilton City Hawks. One of the Takapuna runners is coming into the picture too. That's Cameron Maunda. He's into fourth place on the track right now. So there's a bit of shuffling going on at the top there, with Mora and Andres now occupying second and third. Maunda there. Sutton's still there as well. And Alfie Steedman in about fifth or sixth place at the moment.
Yeah, good to see young Alfie after his amazing weekend in Taranaki last weekend. Just locked in there on the rail. And you can see, a couple of position changes. And that's one of the things you want to avoid as much as possible, that surging. But it is, I mentioned during the women's race that you want to allow the brain to switch off, but when you've got a long pack like this, you also just need to be aware of, if that bungee cord's stretching in front of you, to just whip around the athlete in front of you and close up that gap. So you do need to stay aware and alert of what's going on with that train. You don't want any of those carriages to decouple and suddenly find yourself in a second pack and lose contact with that pacemaker. So a lot of these boys will have come here with the goal of breaking 15 minutes. Now, I can tell you as an athlete who has not broken 15 minutes yet, it is a key thing that you want to tick off in your life. So this could be a big night for a lot of these boys, getting a magic 14-minute PB.
Jaden Movold is about 130 metres ahead now of the runners on the track. Jamie Moore is still doing a good job there. He's one of the shorter runners in the field, but he's looking comfortable there behind the pacemaker. And we still have Louis Andres in third from Hamilton City Hawks, just ahead of Maunda. And then Alfie Steedman from North Harbour Bays running on his home track.
So it's Murdoch McIntyre out the front. Now, the reason I didn't recognise him is because he left for the States on scholarship a few years ago. And he's come back with a goatee, looking a very mature, grown-up man. So, it's cool to have these athletes who come back from their college system and come back running really well. So, welcome back, Murdoch. He's a local boy, as you can see by the Takapuna singlet, and he's looking very smooth, leading this train in the men's B race.
Yeah, he sure is. Mora and Andres Mora looking. He has not left his backside since the race started. Jamie Mora from Pakuranga in second place, and Andres still there as well. And just that little gap there back to Sutton now, just opening up just a touch here, Hayden. So there's around 5 or 6 there that are almost kick clear of the man in green from Tauranga, Sutton, who looks like he's just falling off the pace a bit now.
Yeah, you can see some of the athletes behind them just being aware of that decoupling and making sure that they can just move past and close up some of those spaces. But Murdoch McIntyre out the front, wearing the Pacers bib, doing a wonderful job as Alfie Steedman takes a look at his watch, moves up into third place. And Alfie looks so dominant when he set 2 new championship records in the junior division at the New Zealand Secondary Schools Champs. And those times, if you're wondering, 3:53 for the 1,500 metres and 8:27 for the 3,000 metres. Now, that 8:27 was faster than the senior boys ran, and the 3:53 for the 1,500 was within a couple of seconds of the senior boys' time.
He's very tall, isn't he, Alfie Steedman?
Quite an athlete.
How old is he? Do we know?
Well, he's junior, so I want to say he would be 15.
Wow, he's very tall for 15. There he is there, the tall figure of Alfie Steedman. Now, also in this pack that we haven't mentioned, George Farney is right there too, from the Fielding Moore Hunter Harriers Club. He's in that kind of mustardy coloured shorts. So he's in that lead group as well there. So it's down to 4 now with our pacemaker, Maguire.
Murdoch McIntyre.
McIntyre. So, and that pace is really clipping along nicely, Hayden, at the moment.
Yeah, coming up to 3K now. So let's keep an eye on that clock, because it's going to be well under 9 minutes. And remember, Alfie Steedman won that 3K in Inglewood last week, and just about 15 seconds faster than this. So this is uncharted territory for Alfie, and it will be uncharted territory for a lot of these 4 boys that are staying with this pace of Murdoch McIntyre.
Well, we've got to mention Jaden Movold too, is going well out the front there. He's going well. He's ticking off his goals as well. Well clear now of these 5 runners. Got to mention Jamie Moore here, looking like he's just out for a Saturday morning jog as well. He's been locking down second place right from the start as we see Movol go over to complete another lap.
Jaden's looking great, loving his intensity that he's bringing to his wheelchair racing at the moment. Head down, just really getting into his work.
Yeah, he's 200 metres clear now, Hayden, so he's actually lengthening out here. But here's Mora, still going really well. Steedman looking comfortable as well. And Nirvani's still there too. And now Andres has dropped off the pace from Hamilton City Hawks. So it's down to these three and maybe potentially, Hayden, just the two of them now.
Yeah, definitely. This could be a decisive split that we're seeing on screen. Things just starting to stretch now as they pass the 3K. And we saw this in the race before where they hit 3K and all of a sudden those mental games start to kick in. And this is the stage in which you really start to hit what we call acidosis. So the lactate builds up and the muscles just experience something different. There's some heaviness. You just can't get the oxygen to where it needs to go. And this is where you find out who's put in that work of dealing with that acidosis in training. So we do a lot of specific sessions on the training field to deal with that feeling of having the dead legs, not being able to get the oxygen to where it needs to go.
Now we saw Movold there as we see McIntyre give up the ghost. So it's Mora and Steedman now who are going to decide this race. Now, just back to Movold. What did you say was Ben Lucas's time of the record for 5K?
What was it, 10:19?
Whoa, 10:19. It's incredible.
Absolutely
He
incredible.
must have had a jetpack on his wheelchair in that race. Must have, unbelievable. Anyway, back to this race here, and Mora is still looking really strong. These two youngsters looking good. Steedman going with them, though. Who do you reckon's looking the better at the moment, Hayden, these two? Mora's looking very comfortable. There's Varney holding third place at the moment.
Yeah, it's hard to know how they're feeling on the inside. Often athletes will have that poker face. You know, Jamie Mora looks a bit more relaxed. Alfie Steedman, you can see he's working. But, you know, Jamie finds himself in the position where he's now leading, so having to do that work, that job of the pacemaker. So that gives Alfie a little bit of an advantage. But you can see the height difference in these two as well. So there's not a huge amount of wind braking being done by Jamie in the front. So these athletes going really well, and it's now less than a kilometre to go, and they're well on track for something with a 14 on the front of it.
Wow. So we've got just over 2 laps to go. Jamie Mora from Pakuranga, Alfie Steedman from North Harbour Bays, 800 metres to go, and these two have looked great all the way through, particularly Mora, who is still running well. He's got that high kick. Movold is on his last lap, by the way, folks, so he's going really well. He just got the bell. So yeah. Movold here.
And as Alfie Steedman just rolls past Jamie, and that could just be a, hey, I'll take some of the wind for you. Let's share this around and drag each other to good times. And I just looked up Jamie Mora's personal best, and he's basically the same as Alfie. So just a couple of years older, 17 years of age, Jamie Mora. He's got an 8:28 PB to Alfie's 8:27 from last weekend. So there you go. These two are really evenly matched. They haven't got 5,000 metre PBs, so this is big stuff for them.
Movold's almost lapped the lead runners. So great race coming up from Jaden Movold here. Steedman and Mora with 1 lap to go. But Jaden Movold would just hold that shot. There he goes, clicking over at 3:13.32. Great race by the wheelchair para-athlete. 13:32.84. Now these two here, who's got the guts left? Who's got the gas left? Is it Alfie Steedman or is it Jamie Mora?
Yeah,
hit the back straight.
And you can see Alfie's grimacing, but this is his home track, and we know he's got that great kick, having won the 1,500 metres last weekend in the junior division. But what's Jamie got left here? 200 metres left to run. This is going to be a great old finish as they wind around the corner in the evening light here at the AUT Millenium track.
Well, Steedman's got the gas now. He's put a bit of distance between him and Jamie Mora. A very impressive finish from the youngster coming up here for Alfie Steedman. Really finishing nice and strong here. And he's going to win this B-seeded race. And it's going to be a super good time for him as well. Great run from Steedman. And he's got around 14:34. Great run from Jamie Moore as well to come home in second place. Terrific runs from both of them.
Yeah, good fist bump from Jamie Moore.
And here comes Varney in third.
Yeah, there comes Varney, who will claim third. All these boys and look at this. All these guys targeting sub 15. This is key for a lot of these guys. This will be a life-changing moment for them. So we see Harry Dixon come through and just outside of 15. And you can see what it means to them, putting everything out on the track. And talking about putting everything out on the track, there is a tired Jaden Mulvold who's sort of thinking to himself, do I want to do this longer stuff, or maybe I should go with the shorter distances?
So 13:32.84. Steedman's time 14:35.16. A great run from him. Jamie Moore's time still to tick over, but he was only a second or two back behind him in third place. So we'll have those confirmed times for you. But great runs from all of these guys. Got to give Jaden Mulvold a lot of credit, and also the pacemaker too, McIntyre. Did a great job getting these guys on pace.
Yeah, Murdoch McIntyre really set that pace up brilliantly right from the start. You can see here, you have to work quite hard as a pacemaker to get in front of these runners, because they come out of the gates with a lot of adrenaline and getting right to the front there. And you can see the order sorted itself out quite quickly. You know, that was basically the race finish, just mixing up those first and second. And the pacemaker steps off. Jamie Moore takes the lead, knowing that he has a very quick Alfie Steedman right on his shoulder. We saw a lot of grimacing from Alfie as Jaden finishes off, head down, really pumping those arms. And there was a little check of the watch there from Alfie, maybe just saying, I want to see what I can do for this last lap. I can tell you, he did a 67-second last lap. That was enough to pull away and take the win here in the B final, and look pretty comfortable. After grimacing for much of the race, actually finished with a bit of a smile.
Yeah, 14:35.16. Moore's time's clicked over at 14:37.76. Just ahead of George Varney. Well, in fact, well clear of George Varney, who finished in fourth, 14:46.82. So there we are. That's the men's 5,000 metre B race done and dusted. We're going to come back for our next race. It's a little way off, 14 minutes. So we're going to come back with the women's 800 metre race. We might actually get an interview before our next race with Hayden. You might grab a couple of minutes with Alfie Steedman. We'll do all that in just a moment. Well, there we are, folks. That was the men's B race in the 5,000 metres. Really good race. And fantastic effort from Alfie Steedman, who we're just standing by for a brief chat. Got the women's 800 metre B race coming up next. That's at 9 o'clock, to be followed straight after by the men's race at 9:05. Then straight into the elite 800 metres race, the AUT Millenium 800 metres for women at 9:10. And then we'll be following that at 9:15 with the 800 metre race. So 4 races pretty much back to back. Be some good racing before we end with our 2 elite 5,000 metre races. The Kinetics Physiotherapy Women's 5,000 and then the Kinetics Physiotherapy Men's Blinko Cup. Right, let's throw it down to Hayden, who's got the winner of the men's 5,000 metres Bees race with him. That's Alfie Steedman. Hayden, take it away, my man.
All right, kia ora everyone. We have Alfie Steedman here, who's looking pretty fresh after just running a big 5,000 PB. And before we get to the actual race, was that your first time running a 5,000?
First track 5K.
First track 5K and 14:35. We clocked it.
Around that, yeah.
Pretty impressive, and especially on the back of last weekend having broken 2 championship records at the New Zealand secondary schools. How have you recovered, and how stoked were you after that weekend?
So honestly, I've just been jogging really easy, and then after last weekend, I was over the moon. You know, I was just trying to run a PB, and it just happened to be a championship record, and that was on Friday, and I was so stoked. And then to go back on the Sunday and just get, to be fair to Cooper, he pushed me right to the very last second, but it was just over the moon, yeah.
Yeah. Now, how did it feel running 12 and a half laps? That's a long way to go.
It's definitely not easy, to put it that way, and it's just way mentally tougher than I thought it was going to be. And it also felt a lot faster than I thought it was going to be. I thought, it's 5K, it should feel a bit slower. Nah, it did not feel slow.
Now, what's your thinking for the rest of the season? Are we going a long 3K kind of thing, or are we going to focus on the 15?
I think I'm going to stick to the 3Ks. I think the 3Ks really just benefit me and my 15 times. So I'll be there at Pos Classic for that under 23K. And then I should be there for the mile at Cook's Classic in the under 20s.
Cool. Well, I hope you get a chance to put your feet up for Christmas holidays, and you've definitely deserved it. That's a big 8 days or so of racing.
Yeah, I think I'll be taking probably like a week off doing nothing. Yeah.
Good plan. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Alfie Steedman, our winner of the men's B 5,000 metres.
Well, he's got a big future in track and field. That could be a name to watch going down the years here in New Zealand. Alfie Steedman, another middle distance runner who could be having a huge future in front of him. And clearly very motivated and keen to do well in the future. Right, our next race is not too far away. It's going to be the women's B-seated 800 metre race, and we're going to have that for you very shortly.
New approach, new execution, new solution. Under Armour said, let's start with the woman's foot first. Based on the science behind the female form, the flow synchro feels natural, flexible and light, empowering us to strive for more. Designed by women, for women.
Thank you for staying with us here at the Night of 5's track and field meet here on the Millennium Institute on Auckland's North Shore. And it's been a wet old day, but we are still here. And we are up for our next race coming up shortly, which is the women's 800 metres B-seeded race. Let's have a look at the field for the race. And here we go. It's Abby Bolton, Nina Chalmers, Layla Daniels, Zara Ford, Charlotte Greenwood, Eva Rose Houghton, Sasha Latika, Hannah McManus, Neen Motley, Caitlin Pokorny, Anna Sheenan and Cameron Smart. So looking forward to seeing all of these runners competing. And seeded times coming into this one. All these runners around the 2:17 to 2:48 region. And Jessie Speedy's going to be back out there to pacemake for these runners who will just tear around the track and try and run as fast as they can. A lot of good young talent in this one, Hayden.
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of very fast girls coming through. And I talked before about the quality of and depth of women's 800 metre or middle distance running in New Zealand. It's really getting stronger and stronger. And it's thanks to clubs like Bays here who are just doing a great job of creating some community. Because let's be honest, the ranks in women's running is lighter than in the men's running. So you often find as women, you do a lot of training on your own. So these squads that are appearing around the country are just wonderful for providing that support and creating a good channel for our young runners to come through.
All right, so we've got 4 runners who are seated within a second of each other. Charlotte Greenwood, Abby Bolton, Nine Motley and Amy Shannon, and Sasha Latika also actually at 2:18. So we've got 5 all with a second of each other. Very tight before we go back to Layla Daniels, Nina Chalmers, Caitlin Pokorny, Zara Ford, and the other 2, Eva Rose Houghton and Annabelle Richardson. So, by the way, great interview with Alfie.
Yeah.
Hugely exciting talent, I think, coming through, given his age.
It is incredible, and I'm always careful of making predictions, particularly when athletes are 15, 16, because you get these growth spurts, and some athletes as they're developing struggle for a little while. Some athletes have these great improvements, so I'm always wary. But the guy's got great work ethic. He's got his head in the right place, and he'll have the right people around him who'll be saying, like, let's take these wins, but let's stay focused on the process of the training as well. And there's always new exciting athletes coming through the junior ranks in New Zealand, and there's certainly no shortage of great runners coming through. And that's the great thing about watching junior athletics. You never know when you're watching the next Nikki Hamblin or the next Nick Willis. They're always in the woodwork.
Absolutely. And you never know where. We hope that. We just hope that runners like Alfie just stay healthy. So here are the runners. We've got 12 lining up. Caitlin Pokorny, Layla Daniels, Abby Bolton, Amy Shannon, Neve Motley, Sasha Latika, Charlotte Greenwood, Jessie Speedy, who's already paced the 5,000 metres race earlier, Nina Chalmers, Zara Ford, Eva Rose Houghton and Annabelle Richardson. That is the list right there. A couple of defections. Cameron Smart not running now, but Jessie Speedy coming into this race. And most of these runners from Auckland. Neve Motley's from Timaru, so great to see her up in the city of Sales. And the rest of them, as I go through, are all Auckland-based.
A lot of these athletes will be making up sort of the junior top 8 when they're at the national champs. That's the sort of depth that we're looking at in this particular race. But it's going to be really interesting because these athletes, as you say, are so evenly matched. currently sort of 2:17 through to 2:20, and it'll be very fascinating if we can get one of them down into those low 2:10s.
How does Speedy pace this? It's only 2 laps. She just goes for it and then pulls out with a lap to go?
Yeah, I'm sure she'll have a time that she's supposed to run through, and I imagine it'll be something like 67 seconds through the first lap, something like that, which would put them on track for 2:14. But usually an 800 metres run is run in positive splits, so you're actually slowing up as you go, which is not ideal for most races, but in the 800 it tends to work that way best.
So here we go with the women's 800 metres due to go in the next minute. This is the B-seeded race. We're going to follow that with the men's B-seeded race before we go to the A races.
So just been confirmed. It is 66 seconds that Jessie's been given for the first lap, and most likely she'll want to carry through to 500 metres, because as you can see, they start in the stagger and they'll stay in their lanes for the first 100 metres, and then they get past a merge line, and then they're free to merge into lane 1. But it means as the pacemaker, you're not able to really do that job of pacemaking for the first 200 metres. So ideally, your pacemaker in an 800 would be able to carry right through to 500 or 600 metres and give them as much cover as possible. As we see Jessie go to the front, looking nice and strong as they go through 200 metres in about 32 seconds. So that's nice and quick. So she's aiming for 33 seconds per 200 metres. But so far, so good. And look, these girls with her have really come to play ball as well.
Yeah, looks like Greenwood is up there, and also Motley in third at the moment. So Speedy, the pacemaker, goes round Charlotte Greenwood, who's locked into second place. In fact, it's Amy Shannon, rather, who's in second place, with Motley in third. So Speedy just doing the hard yards here with Shannon. Out she goes. Motley's in second place. It's Latika from Takapuna in third at the moment.
And this is the part in the 800 metres where, did I run that 400 slightly too fast, or have I paced myself appropriately? This is where it starts to hurt. You can see them opening up their mouths, trying to suck in as much oxygen as you can. But this is where, if you've paced that first lap perfectly, you can really kick on and look to stretch out that lead. So our Timaru athlete, Neve, doing a great job there from Run Timaru. Neve Motley looks like she's got the lead with 200 metres to go.
Yes, Motley doing a great job. Remember, she's beating all these Aucklanders, and she's stretched out the lead nicely. Great run from Latika in second place, but Neve Motley going well in the lead with 100 metres to go. And barring an absolute disaster, it's going to be a win for Motley and Run Timaru. A great run coming from her. The only South Islander in the field, and she's pretty much destroyed the field as well. Latika coming home in second place, and it's going to be Amy Shannon who's going to grab third. But here's Motley. Great finish. She wins comfortably. Latika and then Shannon home in third place. Time just under 2:20. Great run from the South Cantabrian.
Yeah, she looked great, and I'm sure we'll get a replay from the crew from the stream shop of that last 100 metres from Neve, but just textbook technique. You know, your legs are gone. They've gone to another continent by the time that you're in that last 200 metres. And so the goal is to go to your arms, use your arms. I remember my coach, Steve Plowman, when I was running the 800, he would be yelling, use your arms, use your arms. And we saw that beautifully from Neve over that last 100 metres. And what we're looking for, particularly the juniors who might be watching from home, we're looking for the hands to be up near your eyeballs in that last 100 metres. If you can see your hands right at the side of your eyeballs, cheek to cheek running, butt cheek to face cheek, that's what we want. That'll be driving the legs to the finish line. So you can see here that arm drive so pronounced and just getting absolutely everything out of her body over that last 100 metres. Great run, and I think that's a PB for Neve in 2:15.63.
Yeah, great time, 2:15.63. Good run for her. Sasha Latika of Takapuna, 2:17.41. Amy Shannon, Auckland City Athletics, grabbing third, 2:17.95. So great race, and congratulations to Neve Motley. In a couple of minutes, we will have our men's B 800 metre race. That's coming up in just a moment.
New approach, new execution, new solution. Under Armour said, let's start with the women's foot first. Based on the science behind the female form, the flow synchro feels natural, flexible and light, empowering us to strive for more. Designed by women, for women.
Hope you're enjoying the Daikin Night of 5's, and yeah, just when we thought we were going to have a clear rest of the evening, you love it, it's back.
Yeah, it's been the constant presence this evening, the precipitation from the skies, but the important thing is for these distance races that the winds are very, very light, and despite a bit of surface water, your spikes are going to be giving you plenty of traction on the surface here at the AUT Millenium track. And there's our field for the men's B 800 metres, and a couple of key names, you know, talking about Alfie Steedman and the junior New Zealand secondary schools champs last week. In this race we've got Jack Erickson, the first place getter in that junior division, and also Charlie Richardson, who came third. And alongside of them, some of our more experienced athletes, the likes of Julian Baker, who I used to race with back in Wellington in the day. He's sort of done a return to form, and he's back under 2 minutes again, that sort of shape. So expect a pace something around, I'd say 57, 56 seconds for that first 400, and then looking to see who can hang on or who can potentially kick on after that pace.
Okay, so Ethan Bush is our pacemaker in this race. Thomas White, the highest seed, with 157. Then we have three runners at 158, Erickson, Baker and Richardson. And then we have Luke Cudby, who is in there at 159. So that's where it is again. Most of these runners from Auckland. Finn O'Sullivan from Christchurch is here. Baker from Wellington, you touched on him. Let's see what happens in this race. So we're underway in the men's B seated 800 metres. Keep your eye on Ethan Bush, who will pace from the outside lane. Really look to try and bring these guys home with a wet sail.
And it can be tricky when you're pacing. The tendency is to think that you've got to go out very, very hard. You do need to make sure that you hit that lead, but you don't want to pull these guys through for a 200-metre PB, which it sounds crazy, but it has happened in races that I've seen where it just goes out far too fast. But it looks like so far he's doing a great job of that pacemaking, just having a double check of the watch, and everyone lining up behind him. We've got runners running in lane 2. A lot of these boys will be wanting to break 2 for the first time. And this is going to be an exciting final 500 metres.
Yeah, Luke Cudby is the runner in second at the moment. Charlie Richardson wearing the 5 bibbers right there. Also, Finn O'Sullivan, I touched on him. So Cudby takes over the lead now with Ethan Bush dropping out the pacemaker. We'll see if O'Sullivan can hang with him here. O'Sullivan's just dropping off the pace a little bit as we see Thomas White come into contention in second place, just ahead of Charlie Richardson, but it's still Cudby leading.
Yeah, Cudby looking nice and strong, looking composed as well. He had a little look around to see what was happening on his shoulder. Finn Sullivan coming onto that shoulder now with 200 metres to go as they go through in about 1:27. So well on pace for a sub-2. This could be an electric finish to this 800 metres.
Yeah, here comes, it's Thomas White there. Also coming into contention is Richardson, who hits the front with 100 metres to go. Richardson trying to hold off the pack, doing a pretty good job, but he's still got 50 metres. Handing down the outside is Jack Eriksson. Eriksson finishing really strong here, and he's got there just, I believe. Great race. Wow. Jack Eriksson just getting there. Wow, what a finish. Who came flying home for second? Was that Jacob Hewitt?
Yeah, we're trying to pick up those bib names because they came from a long way back. There was a lot of work to do, and we're right down near the finish line, and I heard a few yelps of PB, yeah. So these boys are pretty happy because that pace was on. And look at this wonderful pacemaking on the outside, coming on and just set up this pace perfectly. It didn't go through too fast. I think we went through in about 57, 58 at the bell, and that just gave a bit of energy for the guys sitting at the back of this pack to come through with an amazing kick for home. We were struggling to find the names and call who was who because it was a blanket finish.
Well, Eriksson was nowhere, even in that shot here. Here he comes now, Jack Eriksson, and flashing down the outside, just being beaten was Connell McLean from Point Chev. A great run from him. Maybe 2 more metres, 3 more metres, and he would have won the race. In the end, Eriksson has won it by 0.03 of a second.
That was brilliant. So Jack Eriksson backing up his win in the Junior New Zealand Secondary Schools Champ last weekend, showing the kick that he needed to take that title. And, often we don't see a big kick in the 800 metres, but that certainly felt a bit more like a 1,500 metre race where guys had just saved enough to negative splitter. I said earlier that usually these races are positive splits. That one broke the rule, and that was fantastic running by those boys.
Here we go. We've got the women's 800 metre A seeded race. So these are the best 800 metre runners we have, and of course we welcome back to New Zealand Alison Andrews-Paul from the Wairarapa, 2:01.43. She has comfortably the best PB of the field. And she is, it's great to have her back racing in New Zealand after being in the States for several seasons. Holly Manning is going to be pacing this race. So Alison Andrews-Paul is wearing bib number 5, starting in lane number 5. So the women's 800 metres, there she is, Alison Andrews-Paul from the Wairarapa. Who else are we looking forward to in this race to see? You're looking forward to seeing running here?
No, there's definitely 2 races within the race. It's what can Alison do, and then can any of the other women stick with her, and how deep can they go? There's some quality names, and they're really well balanced. Macy Hilton, she's got a PB coming into this of 2:06. Crystal Clark with a 2:08. Sophie Atkinson with the 2:09. These are all names that we see very high up in particularly the junior ranks in the 800s. Macy Hilton, she's your reigning under 20 800 metre champion. So certainly 2 races within this race. So it's going to be interesting as Holly Manning, there she is on screen. She's doing the pacemaking duties, fresh off winning a road mile in Palmerston North today. So she's going to line things up. And where does Alison Andrews-Paul position herself? Can any of the other women go with her?
Well, she's there in second place with Manning, who is out in front at the moment. Andrews-Paul's PB is 2:01.43, set in April earlier this year. So that's where the 24-year-old is at the moment. So Manning leading at the moment, so we will see where Andrews-Paul is early in this season, just slotting into second place at the moment.
Yeah, Macy Hilton just in there, so it looks like those 2 just going clear. So Macy being prepared to go at the pace. 101, 102 low at the bell. So great pacing here from Holly Manning, just setting this pace. And like I said earlier, if you can carry on through to 500, it really makes a big difference. You can see Holly's hurting, but she's hanging on as much as she possibly can for her friend Alison.
Well, here goes Andrews Paul. She is doing a great job, Manning. She's still there and just letting Andrews Paul the opportunity slip in on the inside through the 600 metres now, 132. And there goes Andrews Paul with Hilton in second place. But there's daylight between first and second as we see Alice Andrews Paul really streak clear.
What has she got left in her legs? You know, she's been based overseas, so does she have the sort of fitness that can carry her to a low 2 time this time of year? But here she is. She's well clear of the field on the home straight now.
And here comes Andrews Paul, miles clear of Macy Hilton. Not going to break the 2 minutes, but a good start to the season for the Whited Upper athlete. Ticks over Justin over 2:04. Hilton grabbing second.
And big finishes from our big pack of young athletes. A lot of the top junior runners here finishing in very close to sub 2:10 times, which for the boys, you want to break that 2 minute barrier, and for the girls, getting under that 2:10 is really key. And so good to see a bit of a blanket finish further down the field, and everyone goes to the knees, goes to the floor, because oxygen needs to get back into the legs, and the lungs have a bit of a job to do now once they finish that 800.
2:05.51, in fact, a confirmed time. So Andrews Paul still has plenty left, I think, over the summer. Hilton's time is 2:08.19, and Crystal Clark has come home in third place from North Harbour Bays in 2:10.94, just ahead of Maddie Kelso-Heap from Waitakere.
Now, Holly Manning will be delighted that she managed to get through to 600 metres. And I would say Alison Andrews Paul will be very pleased with this run. You know, she's been based in the Northern Hemisphere, which means she peaks usually May, June, July. So this is her off season, and she's done a great job today of ticking off that 2:05.
All right, there's Alison Andrews Paul. Just going to see if we can grab a quick word with her, maybe in between these races. It has to be quick, Aidan, because we've got the men's 800 starting really shortly. And that promises to be some race as well. We might just have to hold fire. Well, the men's 800 has we line this one up. The men's 800 metre a race going to be paced by Luke Hitchcock. And let's have a look at the field for you. Here we are. We've got a good run, a group of 12 runners. The highest paced runner is Dominic Devlin, who has got a PB of 1:49.18, set 3 years ago, the 24-year-old from Auckland. So he has the fastest time. Also, Mikhail Stasinski is also one to watch here. Stasinski from North Harbour Bays, 1:51.32. So we've got the men's 800 metres all set to go. Get a word with our 800 metre women's runner, Andrews Paul, in just a moment. We might just wait till after the 800 metres.
All good to grab a quick interview with the stream.
Which is just about to start. We're underway in the 800. We'll just wait until the end of the 800 metres, which is underway. So this is going to be paced by Luke Hitchcock in the outside lane. But Dominic Devlin is the runner to keep your eye on, wearing bid number 5 from Auckland City Athletics. Also slotting into second place there from Takapuna is James Ford, the 17-year-old, a highly promising runner, has a PB of 1:51.77. So he's slotting behind the pacemaker at the moment. So we pick up a couple of these other runners, with Ford in second place at the moment.
Yeah, great to see James Ford up there. He had a fantastic weekend at the New Zealand secondary schools, taking out the 800 and the 400, and then almost winning for Kings the 4x4 title. Just getting pipped at the post for that. But here they come through. 400 metres in 54 seconds. The pace is on, ladies and gentlemen. So here we go.
So Ford in first, or just behind the pacemaker. That's Devlin into second. Jack Payne is right there too from Pakuranga. He is in third place at the moment. Pacemaker doing a great job in really dragging this field up. That's Luke Hitchcock. He's done a great job as we see Ford still holding off Devlin at the moment. Now coming into contention, Jack Payne again. He's right there. It's down to 3, and this is going to be some finish with 200 metres to go. Can Ford hang on? Can Payne mount a challenge? And can Devlin find a way through here? He's in third place at the moment, but Ford's done a great job with 100 metres to go. What a finish we've got here. Payne, Devlin winding up too, but Ford holding on. And now here comes Devlin with a massive kick. What a race here from Dominic Devlin. And he's going to take it out. A really good run from a 1:49. That's a sizzling time early in the season. Great race too from Ford and from Jack Payne as well.
Well,
wow.
That was a big kick from Dominic Devlin, and it's great to see as well. Dominic has multiple New Zealand 800-metre medals, but none of them are coloured gold. So it was great to see that killer instinct coming out from him in that home straight there. As we see here, this is as they're coming into that merge. James Ford came in, locked in behind the pacemaker. He knew that he wanted to tick off a sub 150 today. I think he's just been pipped out of that today. Well, I think it will be a PB. As you can see here, look at that finishing kick from Dominic Devlin. He celebrates and then realises, I've got a few more metres to go. But he just came storming through the finish area once he crossed that finish line. Absolutely pumped. That is the way to start your season for Dominic Devlin.
Well, that was a great run from Devlin, no doubt about it. 150.40. It's not a PB for him, but it is a PB for James Ford. He's finished second, 150.107. He's beaten his PB there by 7/10 of a second. Jack Payne also has beaten his PB by more than a second. So a great run there from Payne from Pakuranga. It's a really good race in the 800 metres for the men. Let's throw it down to Hayden, who has got the women's 800 metres run winner with him right now. Hayden, take it away.
All right, here we have the winner of the women's 800 metres, Alison Andrews-Paul. You've had a bit of time to calm down, maybe reflect on the race. How did you find it? And welcome back to New Zealand as well.
Thank you. Yeah, it feels really good to be here. This is pretty early for me to race. I'm just fresh off of base training, but I really wanted to get one in while I managed to get back to spend some time with the family in December. So it feels really special to come out to Night of 5's. I haven't run it before, and it's a really good atmosphere here despite the rain.
Yeah.
And under lights is really awesome as well.
Now, a few of our viewers may not know your name because you've been based in the States and now you're living in Canada, is that right?
Yeah, so I'm based in Vancouver now after a 3-year stint in the US and then another 3 years in Vancouver, Canada, all with the NCAA. And so I'm with Canada's only NCAA school up there. I'm not in school anymore, so that's what gives me the flexibility to come out and do stuff like this finally. So hopefully you'll see a little bit more of it. But yeah, it depends on how the job lets me go now. So it's always juggling something, but yeah, good to be here, yeah. And
your summer, Northern Hemisphere summer last year, I was watching these results come through and far out, she's running well. 2:01 this season. Is that sub 2 on the cards potentially? Is that the goal, or what have you got on the plans?
I mean, it's not on the cards, but it is written on my bathroom mirror, so we're definitely giving it a crack. You know, I know that running a performance like that takes a lot more than just train hard, and so I do think I have it in me. It's just whether or not it all comes together, it's really tough to say, so I'm kind of in the hands of fate a little bit, but definitely, you know, dreaming big and playing towards that for sure.
That is the sort of talk that we love to hear. So all the best with your plans. Are we going to hear any more, see any more races from you this summer in New Zealand?
Yeah, Yeah, you are actually. So I've already booked my trip to come to the Nationals. That's been the only other one I've been able to squeak in because, yeah, as I mentioned, I am working a full-time job up there. So they're very considerate in working with me, but I got to pick my battle. So I decided to target that one. And plus, that's at a pretty good point in the season for me. You know, I'm really trying to extend the longevity of my season more than I ever have. So really kind of being strategic around what races I want to hit. But yeah, I'm definitely keying in for that Wellington one. I think it's going to be a special one. So yeah, hopefully all going well, you'll see me there.
Well, yeah, great to have you here in Auckland tonight, and all the best, racking up maybe world champs qualifying points and going after that sub-2 time. Yeah, awesome.
Thank you so much. It's been great to be here.
Great.
Good stuff, Hayden.
Our winner of the women's 800 metres coming up, the 5,000 metres.
Well, no, actually, we're going to stay with you, Hayden, because you've got Dominic right there, right with you, who won the 800 men. So we'll stay with you, Hayden. Just throw it right over.
Yeah. All right, so here we've got the winner of the men's 800 metres, Dominic Devlin. Now, you came streaming past, our commentary booth is just right here. You came streaming past us with that finish. Were you pretty pumped about that win?
Yeah, I was definitely very pumped. I definitely, my plan was to go out quite slow. I'm not very confident in my speed at the moment, very early in the season, haven't been on the track much. So I just sort of held it. And then Jack Payne came ahead of me with about 200 to go, and I got a bit nervous because I had 2 people I had to get in front of. So it was really nice to be able to come out wide and make my way down, and knowing I had sort of that endurance left.
Oh. And you're obviously based in Auckland, so you know the track very well. What do you think of this Auckland weather? was it all right out there? We've been talking about whether the rain on the track's going to be affecting things.
Yeah, well, there's always the rain factor and the wind factor. So now we got really lucky with the wind, absolutely nothing, which is I think a bigger deal than the rain. Because the rain's not too bad. The only thing that's really an issue is the track surface, and so what matters is like how much the water pulls up in lane 1, and I think generally with this track it's not too bad and it drains quite well, and I'm pretty sure they've been down the end there where it does get puddle and they've been sweeping it out. So it's actually I'd say pretty good conditions. Awesome. 8 out of 10.
Yeah, good stuff. Now, plans for the rest of the season, obviously national champs. I saw you've got like 3 national medals, 3 years in a row. None of them are coloured gold yet, though. Is that one of your big goals for the season potentially?
I'd like to say so, but it'd be pretty tough to beat the big man down from Wellington, James Preston, and especially if Brad comes over as well. Yeah. But there's always that opportunity. We'll see how the rest of the season plans out. I'll probably take a break now, go back into like a minor sort of base building phase, and then try and get ready to race late January, early February again. Awesome. We'll see how it goes. Yep.
Awesome. Well done today. So James Preston and Brad Mathis, feel free to take March off, right? But great work, Dominic. Great win out there, and looking forward to seeing more of you this season.
Yes, thank you very much.
Awesome. Here we go, back to the race.
Yeah, thank you guys. Nice job. And now we're in the middle of in the early stages of the women's elite 5,000 metre race. We can tell you at the moment that Annika Grogan is leading at the moment, the 26-year-old from North Harbour Bays, just ahead of the pacemaker Laura Nagel, who is out there trying to pace the job for the rest of this field. Other runners to keep your eye on. Camille Buscombe is in there as well. She's wearing bib number 3. So we'll see how our Tokyo Olympian is going in this race. She's just slotting midfield there at the moment, Buscombe, and around about 6th or 7th place at the moment. But we've got Grogan leading at the moment from Nagel. And then wearing 16 in 3rd place at the moment is Kat Camp, the 20-year-old. Understood this is her first ever 5,000 metre race on a track. She's also a much more accomplished runner over the shorter distances. But Grogan, the steeplechase champion from the last national championships out there, and have it on good authority, Hayden, she's been just come off a 5-month block of training in the Navy, and apparently is extremely fit.
That's awesome. Yeah, getting the that Navy toughness into her. So really cool to see her leading the way, and with a big smile on her face as well. Really cool. Loving the atmosphere here with everyone in the marquee, the music, the DJ's pumping. There's food trucks everywhere, which doesn't, let's be honest, doesn't really help when you're running and smelling all the delicious food. But great to see our top distance runners in New Zealand all lined up in a train. These are the speediest girls in the country, and they're all queuing up to try and take out the honours in winning the Night of 5's here. Great to see Catherine Kemp. I think you mentioned her. She started life, as a 400 hurdler, and then moved it up to the 800, then the 1500, and she's really establishing herself now as a legitimate distance runner. She hit the standard to potentially qualify for the World Cross Country Champs in Bathurst in February. So that would be quite an accomplishment for her. But look for her to feature really prominently in this race. So she's been putting in the endurance work, and also great to see Camille Buskin, our number 2 5,000 metre runner in New Zealand history, behind the great Kim Smith. And what can she do today? Has her training been heading in the right direction? We'll find out shortly.
Well, she's currently in 6th place. Buscombe. Nagel, the pace setter, now has taken over from Grogan. Buscombe has got ambitions to run the marathon at Paris, from what I was reading recently. Awesome. So that's her long-term goal now, is to try and get back into shape so she can run the marathon at the Paris Olympic Games in 2024.
And that is great news. New Zealand's marathon stocks haven't been exactly plentiful of late. So, yeah, great news to hear that Camille, now in her 30s, is stepping up in distance, and she'll be able to transfer that sub 15 5k speed into some great wheels on the roads as well.
So there's been very little change. It's still Nagel at the front, the pace setter. Grogan in second at the moment, and then we have in third, it is Camp, and also Buscombe just holding in 6th place there at the moment. Also up there at the moment is Tilly Hollier from Christchurch. She is in 4th place at the moment, behind Nagel and Grogan and Camp.
She's a former junior 1500 metre champion, the 20-year-old, so now finds herself in the senior ranks. So up there too is Katrina Andrew from Whippets, Auckland. Is a PB 17, 05:21 it says here, but surely she's run faster than that. So time are we looking at here, do you reckon, Hayden, at this stage, the pace that they're looking at? It'll be interesting to see what they come through, the 2K split coming up very shortly. I missed what they went through in 1K, but it looks like...
Great interview with Dominic, by the way.
Yeah. It was great to see him taking out a race. And so, yeah, coming through in a tick under sort of 320 per kilometre at this stage, or maybe a tick over. So that's setting up for around 1640, mid-16s, which will, be a very solid time, and certainly for a lot of these women will be in PB territory, and then we'll wait and see how things go in terms of kicking on, getting into that low 16s in the later stages of the race.
And what about Camille Buscombe? What do you think her tactics are? She's clearly just happy sitting back at the moment in the pack. Do you think she'll be wanting to make a move there as she kind of hovers in around 6th or 7th spot?
Yeah, I think she'll be more than happy to just sit in the pack and just clock her time. These races, she's only 6 months post-baby, so little baby Sienna no doubt will be at home, and not sure if she'll be trackside somewhere. Haven't spotted Cameron, her partner, here with the baby, but it's pretty early days, no doubt, for Camille, and this will be a chance to get a confidence booster, put a mark in the sand, just know where she's at.
Well, she's in bib number 3, so there she goes there. That's where she is at the moment, in about 6th place. So still quite happy to sit back behind Nagel, the pace setter, who's leading. Grogan still there, Camp still in third, Hollier in fourth. So no change to the top four. Buscombe in sixth place at the moment, just behind Katrina Andrew. So the top five still remains the same, and we've dropped off a few now. So there's 4, 8, 9 left in this front pack.
Yeah, Laura Nagel looking nice and comfortable on the front. And while she's up the front, we have to say a big shout out to Laura and Paul Hamblin, who do a lot of the mahi behind this event and put it on. And you know, their vision for this event is that it's a true community event where running can be the centre display, and we can put the crowd in the infield, get them under marquees, and really build that atmosphere. And they've done a great job. So well done, Laura. Well done, Paul Hamblin, who is the coach of many of the women on screen.
Yeah, they do a great job as we tick over the 9-minute mark now. Cap just hovering on the outside there. So maybe Nagel just upping the pace a little bit. Grogan just happy to drop back in second place. Bit of a gap now back to the others as we stretch out.
Got a little glimpse of Chloe Brown there, who's one of our top performing juniors, multiple New Zealand 3,000 metre junior champion, now on scholarship, so back for the Christmas holidays.
Yeah, UCLA. It's Nagel. Grogan looking very strong in second place at the moment. Andrew in third. Camp just hovering in fourth.
Now this is the next time check, coming up to 3K now, and looks like they've been given the task of going through in about 3:20 per K, so just a tick outside of that with 10:03 at the 3K mark. So still that time of around about 16:40 is definitely on the cards, and we've got a good group of women who are lining up to get well into the 16s.
We'll see if they can, this next K, you always say that next K, that from 3 to 4, is where the engine can start to hurt a little bit.
It's definitely when things start to fall apart, and we will see the odd athlete drop off. We don't want any to drop off this pack, but we will see those bungee cords stretching as the mind games start to kick in. This is where you find out how much work in that deep, dark place have you done? How much of that mental work have you put in? Because there's only really one thing that can keep you in the game here, and that's the top 2 inches of your head. That mental game can keep you in position, in contact, and we can see Maya Christini just starting to lose contact with the pack there. And so our pack of 9 is fast becoming a pack of 7.
Yes, the other one dropping off is Earl from Owairaka. So those two just dropping off now as we still continue with Nagel, Grogan, Andrew in third place, Camp still there.
And Bella Earl and Maya Christini, who are just slipping off the pack. They're great runners. So Bella Earl had a big win in the 3,000 metres at the New Zealand secondary schools last weekend. Maya Christini, former New Zealand cross-country champion in the senior women. So they are great runners, and they're just finding this pace just a little bit too hot. So our pack of 7 moving away now.
Oh, it is still Nagel, Grogan, Andrew, Camp. Buscombe is still in there as well. Hollier is still there as well. She's in 5th place at the moment. And the other one just off the back there. Buscombe still holding 6th place. Just trying to see who's right at the back there of that group of lead runners. I think it might be Chloe Brown there. It is. It's Chloe Brown right off the back there to Hayden, who's holding 7th as Buscombe looks to make a move.
A little further back. Yeah, we'll try and pick
it's
up
number 11. It's number 11 actually.
So that's Emily Rowan. So that's the partner of Matt Baxter, who is a World Cross Country representative, and Emily as well represented New Zealand in the 2019 World Cross Country Champs. So she's positioned really well. been quite quiet, just sitting in the pack at the back there. So well positioned as we come towards 1K to go.
So there goes Nagel. She's dropped off the pace. She's done her job. So Grogan takes over again and is smiling. So Grogan looking like she's looking to keep the pace that Nagel has got and stretching out those runners again. So great job by Nagel as Grogan just keeping the foot down here. The super fit steeplechase champion from earlier on in the year. Buscombe now up into second place, but there's a bit of daylight here. It's going to be interesting to see what happens from here.
Yeah, wonderful to see Camille still in with the action. You know, we've got Catherine Kemp sitting in there in fourth place as well, so she's well positioned. We know about her kick, her speed. Can she use that? But Anika Grogan doing a wonderful job now with 2 laps to run of stretching out this field, making the woman behind her really hurt. She's going to come on screen now. You can see there, good turnover, staying composed. We saw her smiling earlier in the race. Camille doing a great job to hang tough. There's that mum toughness that we talk about really coming into its own. So Camille's fitness is coming on great, that she's hanging with it this deep into the 5,000 metres. So 600 metres to run.
Indeed. So there's Buscombe, and it is Rowan who's up into third place. Camp back in fourth, and the others, I think, are out of it now. So the interest now is, can Grogan hang on here? She's showing absolutely no signs of fatigue or anything at all, as she actually stretches out her lead a little bit over Buscombe, with Rowan holding third place at the moment. Great running here from Annika Grogan as she comes up to take the bell.
Yeah, brilliant, and good stuff from Emily Rowan holding in there in third place. Her young boy, Miles, will no doubt be trying to make sense of what her mum's up to right now. I think they've got a little 2-year-old. So as we come into the last 400 metres, Emily Rowan just going past Camille Buscombe. But it is all about Anika Grogan at this stage, and she's looking good. The heels are coming up nice and high. The cadence is good. She's starting to blow that oxygen a little bit more, but man, she is looking strong.
She is looking really strong, isn't she? About 250 metres to go. Rowan holding second. Camille Buscombe in third at the moment, but Grogan is stretching out here and really starting to enjoy herself.
Yeah, you can see just her turnover is looking so clean. She's still right up on her toes. Good hip position as well. Often when you start sort of sitting in the bucket, it's a sign of that fatigue setting in, but she's right up on her toes, standing tall. She's going to come round, see that finish line. She'll see the win here at the Night of 5's. Here she comes.
And what a time she's going to set to, is Grogan really kicking on here to win. Good race for second coming up. Camp's coming right into it, but Grogan's going to win. Very good run from Annika Grogan. Let's see who's got second. Camp has just got there ahead of Rowan. So Camille Buscombe's just ran out of gas as she crosses the line now. But a great run by Annika Grogan. Really fantastic, tactically brilliant. 16:26:65.
Yeah, impressive from Annika Grogan. We were told that she was expecting a time of around 17 minutes. She blasted that to pieces, and look how much she made the girls behind her hurt with that good final kilometre. And Catherine Kemp, she's going down to the track because she had to do a lot of work to come from fourth and 200 metres to go to round past Camille Buscombe and to come through for second place. Impressive running from Catherine Camp.
Just getting in ahead of Emily Rowan there, 16:28:84. So great run. Buscombe's time 16:34:08. She's finished fourth. Katrina Andrew has finished fifth with Tilly Hollier, who also ran very well, also breaking 17 minutes at 16:51:34. So a great run by all of those runners, as we now have just the one race to go. Take a quick break, I think, and come back with an interview, and then we will have the final race of the evening, the men's 5,000. Okay, we're back at the night of 5's. Let's throw it down to Hayden, who's got the winner of the women's 5,000 with him.
Thank you, Glenn. Yes, I'm here with Annie Grogan, who's very happy. And this was a bit of a surprise. Tell us about your win and congratulations.
Yeah, it's quite a surprise. I've been off doing basic training in the Navy for the last 6 months with not really much ability to train for running, so quite a surprise. I think it's easier than carrying around a rifle, so that's what I told myself. Love that.
And yeah, coming into the race, you went out into the lead for a second, and I was like, oh, is any one of our pacemakers? Have we just got? Is Laura just sharing out the duties? But you're obviously feeling good right from the gun, and wanted to set at a good honest pace.
I'm not too sure. I feel like I don't usually have a plan. I'm just like, I'll see what happens when the gun goes off. I'll just go and see how it ends up. And it worked today, so it was good.
Brilliant. Now tell us about the Navy. A bit of a career change for you. You've just finished basic training, so tell us about what's been going on.
We just did 6 months of a whole variety of different things, including lots of exercises, all sorts of things. But it was a step back from running for sure, and now I'm into working as a psychologist. So.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Very cool. Now, with the Navy, you do a PT test. Yeah. You must have nailed the 2.4K.
The Navy one is a beep test, so it took me back to high school days. I was like, oh man, PTSD.
Okay, what was your beep test score?
I ended on a 14.4.
Solid.
The new record.
Really? Yes, claim it. Do you get your name up on a board somewhere?
They told me I have to redo it after I finish training, so...
Oh, classic, yeah.
January next year I'll be.
There we go. So that's your main goal for the season, but let's talk about on-track goals, athletics. What else have we got on the cards for you this summer?
I put in an expression of interest for the World Cross Country, so we'll see how that goes, because I don't think I quite made all of the qualifying bits and pieces, having not run a 10K, but I've done a 5K now, so I think
and a whole bunch of basic training. I'm sure obstacle courses you'll be perfectly tuned for Bathurst. Well, I hope that selection comes through. It looks like the girls might be heading off on a little warm down jog soon, but congratulations again for a great 5,000 metre win.
Thank you.
Awesome. There we go. We have one more race, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, it is, and it's the men's 5,000 metres for the Blinko Cup. It's just about to start in the next few minutes, and this one is going to be a cracking race. We've got some very good runners who are about to line up, including Sam Tanner, our 1,500 metre representative, who finished 6th at the Commonwealth Games. Looking forward to seeing him run. He's going to be in this field. There he is there from Athletics Tauranga. Julian Oakley is one to keep your eye on too. Two-time New Zealand 10,000 metres champion, two-time 1,500 metre champion as well, as a PB of 13:34.97. The New Zealand record is 13:10.19, set back in 2008 by Adrian Blinko. So this is going to be a very interesting race. A couple of others that are reasonably close to that mark are going to be pacing this race, Ollie Chignall and Eric Speakman. So we're going to be expecting a fast time. We've got a lot of runners around that high 13s, low 14s mark, including Cameron Avery. James Uhlenberg is one to keep your eye on as well. Kristen Duval, Saxon Morgan, all in the field. This one's going to be a heck of a race. And it's going to be interesting to see how Sam Tanner goes, of course, stepping up in distance from the 1,500 metres. As I touched on, Julian Oakley, James Uhlenberg, also runners to watch in this. What are we expecting from Sam Tanner in this race here? What do you reckon, Hayden? What can we expect from him?
Well, we're going to have some wonderful pacemaking from Eric Speakman, who has basically dedicated his summer this year to helping out the other boys. So Eric Speakman, 32-year-old out of Hawke's Bay, and he's made a commitment this summer to get the other boys going nice and fast, which is great just to have someone of his ability. A couple of years ago, he absolutely blitzed this race with a wonderful finish. I think that might be the race record still. And so it'll be interesting to see if that goes down. I imagine the pace is going to be somewhere around 64, 65 seconds per lap, which would put them on the cards for something around 13:30, potentially 13:20. I'm sure Eric's had a chat with with Sam Tanner and Julian, and decided what we want to gun for. But there's going to be some fast runners behind them as well, and we talked earlier about the magic time of breaking 15. For a lot of these boys, the magic number that they'll be looking at is sub 14 to get into those 13. So really the absolute class of New Zealand distance running lining up. There's Julian Oakley. He won 3 senior track titles last summer.
Yeah.
There's Eric Speakman. He's giving out the instructions. He says, I'm going to lead. Don't worry, boys. I've got your backs. Cam Avery, former junior 3,000 metre champ. Yeah, great field lining up.
Yeah, absolutely. Ollie Chignall's in there too, another pacemaker. So we're going to actually have a shared pacemaking situation in this race. So that's going to be really interesting and really could kick on as they're underway now in this race. Seeing if Ollie Chignall is still there. In fact, he's not in the field, so we will defer to Eric Speakman, who is at the front here.
Yeah, he goes straight to the front, and the moustache and man bun of Sam Tanner, that's becoming quite famous around New Zealand running circles, just locks in, and behind him Julian Oakley. So really the top two are rising straight to the top, and look at the pack already separating with I think that's Nick Mulai coming in there in the second pacemaking job. Might need to get that confirmed, but so obviously 2 paces. So Cam Avery is sitting just behind our second pacemaker, which might be on track. Oh yeah, Tom Mulai.
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe looking at a sub 14 for that second pack, but certainly Eric Speakman has a job to do for the 2 boys up the front.
Well, a little bit about Julian Oakley, 29 years of age. They're both from Tauranga. And, Oakley, the 2-time New Zealand champion in 10,000 metres. He's also had some success at 1,500, just like Tanner. It's going to be interesting to see how this one goes. Adrian Blinko, of course, the New Zealand record holder, 13:10:19 back in 2008. And quite rightly has this race here named after him, which is great.
Absolutely, and a lot of boys recently, I'm thinking of Geordie Beamish, Hamish Carson overseas, have come very close to Adrian Blinko's national record, but haven't been able to tick it off. And these 2, Sam Tanner and Julian Oakley, could be one of those 2 who could challenge that record. And when we look at the all-time list of New Zealand 5,000 metre running, I'll bring it up and go through that list, because there are some names.
I bet. The Quacks, Rod Dixon probably be in there somewhere, wouldn't they?
Absolutely. So Adrian Blinko has the lead with a 13:10. Then it's Geordie Beamish with a 13:12. Dick Quacks just a tick behind him with a 13:12. Then we've got the 2 Robertson twins, Zane and Jake, 13:13, 13:15 respectively. Then it's Hamish Carson. Then we're on to Rod Dixon. John Walker sitting in 8th place. Nick Willis is down there in 10th. Eric Speakman, who's on the front of the pack, is in 11th. So it gives you a picture of the way our current crop of athletes are walking amongst and following in the footsteps of the giants of New Zealand's middle distance and long distance running.
Well, in the race for 3rd place at the moment, Cameron Avery is just hovering behind Tom Mulai. Back at the next pack there, and already they've stretched right out. So Avery there doing a good job of sticking with Mulai and looking like he's kicked clear of the field in 3rd place.
Yeah, good to see Cam Avery running well. He has broken 14 before, ran a 13:59 in Boston. He's had a stint overseas in the college scene, now back in New Zealand, based in Christchurch. This is going to be fascinating how these multiple races within this race unfold. Obviously, we've got these 2 up the front running with the great pacemaking from Eric Speakman. And I do wonder, Eric, if he runs through sort of 3 or 4K, will he run wide and then just have a second think to himself, maybe I could carry on? you never know with Eric. I think he's got 7 silver medals on the trot at national champs. So he's one of those guys that has been there or thereabouts. Painfully missed out on a spot on the Com Games last year, but he has dedicated this summer to helping out the others. And Sam Tanner locked in second place, and of course in that famous Commonwealth Games 1500 metre final last year finished in 6th place, but came in number 2 all time for the 1500 metres with that 3:31. So he's got wheels, but does he have the endurance in the lungs to carry him around the 12.5 laps? That's the question.
Well, we're about to find out, aren't we? As we come up to the 5-minute mark. So Oakley still there with Tanner and Speakman.
These three just metronomic, efficient runners. They ran past our studio just trackside, and you can't hear a thing when their feet hit the ground. So smooth and efficient over the ground. Beautiful runners to watch. Great to see them at their work in the 5,000 metres running all together.
Well, a bit of news out the back. As you might see, there's Avery. He's by himself now.
He's definitely finds himself in no man's land, and you've got to feel for him because it is a long, long way to home. We're talking still got 3K left to run. So it's still a lot of work for Cam Avery to do all by himself. He's probably wondering what I have to do to get some buddies out here.
And he's too far behind these trio and then too far ahead of the rest of the pack.
So these three have already gone through 2K in well under 6 minutes. So the pace is on, the pace is hot. And what are we going to see from these guys? If they're looking at 13:20, we want to see laps from them of 64 seconds, Ks from them of 2 minutes 40.
Well, that's the challenge. Speakman's still looking very good as he continues to pace Tanner and Oakley.
And incidentally, for that battle for 4th place, so 5th on the track as it stands, there's a massive pack, so it really is the rest of the field all lining up behind our 5th place runner. There we go. There's a good shot of it. Christian Duval, New Zealand under-20 cross-country champ, 2 times New Zealand Secondary Schools cross-country champ. Had a tough old weekend at the New Zealand Secondary Schools track and field champs last weekend. Was just a bit off health-wise, but let's see if he's recovered from that to run a good 5,000 metres today.
Well, these three out the front looking solid as they complete another lap. Over halfway through now.
Yeah, this is the halfway mark coming right here. So they're basically on pace for something a tick under 13:30. Now that is flying. That would be a race record, and it would just be amazing to see Eric go as far as he can to give these guys a good shot, because Julian and Sam Tanner kicking it home for the finish will see some electricity and some fireworks over that last kilometre, because they both have incredible wheels. So this is setting up to be a great race. Eric Speakman doing a wonderful job out the front.
Well, these two, Tanner and Oakley, I think are still both on target to break their PBs if we can continue in this vein.
Absolutely.
So we'll see. Now Speakman is just easing off to the outside of the inside lane now. Just looked around there and he's out. So he's gone. So now this leaves Tanner and Oakley with a lot of work to do by themselves.
Yeah, so clearly Eric's goal was to go through 3K there. So they went through and tick over 8 minutes, and now it comes down to how these two will play it out. Now, we've seen before at this race the sharing of the lead, so it'll be interesting if Sam goes wide after one lap taking the lead. And
we'll see what Oakley does. So Tanner still leads. Oakley there. He's 2 miles clear, of course, as they continue to rack off these laps. It's a good question that Hayden posed earlier. Does Tanner have the endurance as Oakley now moves into the lead? So change in lead there with Tanner relinquishing the lead to Oakley. Just wonder if there's a touch of fatigue there for Tanner. Sticking with Oakley.
Yeah, great to see them just sharing that lead out, and that will give them the best chance of both running a good time. And that's what this night is ultimately about, is giving these local boys a chance to get in a really fast race and clock some good times as we go back to the main pack, who are all running very well. They would have gone through the 3K about 8:30, something like that.
It's all about Oakley and Tanner, with Avery still in third place. He's about 50 metres behind the two, so he's doing a fine job running by himself after his pacemaker dropped off the place pretty quickly.
Yeah, you can see the cooperation by these two. Each lap they go through, the leading runner just goes wide, allows the other runner to come through, and that'll just share the workload. And we talked about it earlier in the evening, just being able to share not only the physical workload of taking the wind, but also that mental workload of not having to worry about that pace when you're sitting in. Just stick to the guy in front, and you can see they're similar height, so they can just lock stride for stride. And it just makes it so easy when you've got someone to work with. Unlike Cam Avery, who's in absolute no man's land behind them.
He is. He's doing a great job, though, of running his own race as we go over the 11-minute mark. Maybe we're looking for somewhere around 13:30 potentially for these two. So let's see if they can continue this good, solid pace. And, of course, who wins the race? Will the competitive juices kick in down the home straight?
Yeah, you can guarantee it with these two. They've both been New Zealand 1500 champions, mile champions, and they both have absolute the competitive gene in spades. So the little lead change happens once again, this time with Julian going to the front.
Indeed, and we're just under 2 laps to race now. So Oakley and Tanner being like glue right from the start. Both looking pretty good. Really stretched their lead out now over Cam Avery as we hit 600 metres to go.
So it'll be interesting to see Julian Oakley's PB coming into this race. Was set at the Night of 5's 2 years ago, where he clocked 13:34. So can he take that down? And I think that was the night that Eric Speakman came storming through for a dramatic win. But Julian going to the front, so these boys keeping this pace nice and honest. Here we go. They will be coming up to the bell. Neck and neck, shoulder to shoulder.
They're going to have to fly in this last lap. They're going to need wings, but you never know what have these two got left in their tanks.
As Julian pushes on, a little bit of a surge here, and they're going to come past lapped runners, so we'll need to be careful that they navigate the traffic on the back straight here. But Julian taking the lead at the moment, but we know all about Sam Tanner's kick. That's what took him to a 3:31, number 2 all-time in the 1500 metres. Can that pay off in the last 200 metres? This is lining up to be one of the big sprint finishes in 5,000 metre domestic history. Here we go, Julian Oakley, Sam Tanner.
Here goes Oakley with 100 metres to go, and he's going for it now. I think he might have his old rival Sam Tanner. He has. Julian Oakley is kicking clear of Tanner. Great time coming up. Can he beat 13:30? That's the question. It's going to be very close.
Wow.
Great run. And Tanner, a fine run from him as well. They'll both get PBs Fantastic runs from both of them. Tanner, I guess, will be a touch disappointed he just couldn't kick on in that last 50 metres, but all props to Julian Oakley for winning that race.
Absolutely phenomenal. Now, he went through the bell in about, what was it, 12:33, 12:34, something like that. So we were thinking, well, he's got to run under 60 seconds to get his PB, but he smashed that. So I make that about a 55-second lap.
Here comes
Absolutely
Devlin.
Incredible.
Here comes Cam Avery across the line into third place. Great run from Avery. 13:29.74 for Julian Oakley.
Wow.
13:32.74 for Sam Tanner.
Impressive stuff. And we just saw Christian Duval cross the line and what looks like a PB for him, low 14s. So great running from all these boys. Look at them all emptying the tank, clicking the watches as they cross the line. Huge finishes, gutsy stuff. Wow.
Really good effort. So Julian Oakley's time, 13:29.74. He has taken almost, in fact, over 5 seconds off his PB. What a run from him. Fantastic run, Sam Tanner as well. Not a noted 5,000 metre runner, remember, Sam Tanner. He's well and truly destroyed his PB. A very good race, and props to Eric Speakman there for getting them off to a cracking start over the first 3Ks. He did a fine job as well, the number 5 there. Once he left the track, Oakley and Tanner worked together really well before Oakley kicked on and won the race. So there's Speakman pulling out at 3Ks, leaving the two great mates and rivals on the track to conclude the race. And really not much between them, with Oakley just having that last kick over that last 100 metres to hold off Tanner. This is where Tanner just didn't quite have that kick, with about 300 metres to go, 250 to go. And Oakley kicking on to win the race in the end by 3 seconds. Fantastic run there from Julian Oakley, the 29-year-old, and Tanner coming home in second. So that wraps up the action, but I think we're standing by for some interviews, which we'll have for you in just a moment.
New approach, new execution, new solution. Under Armour said, let's start with the women's foot first. Based on the science behind the female form, the flow synchro feels natural, flexible and light, empowering us to strive for more. Designed by women, for women.
All right, we're back here at the Night of 5's for what's been a very good night of track, with a men's pole vault competition thrown in for good measure. Just standing by for some interviews to wrap it all up. With Hayden just moving into position now to see if we can get a chat with Oakley after that wonderful win for him over Sam Tanner in a PB time as well. Julian Oakley. All right, let's throw it down to Hayden with our winner.
Right, here we have Julian Oakley, who's just peeled himself off the track, but you've got a PB and a massive win tonight. How epic was that last 400 with Sam Tanner right on your heels?
Yeah, I mean, if it was a 1500, I would have been toast, but luckily we'd run 11 and a half laps before that, so
yeah.
I think the strength sort of paid off a bit, and yeah, he was with me. I couldn't drop him at all before that, so yeah, for runner's first proper 5K in 13:30, it's pretty impressive. So yeah, always happy to hold off a guy like Sam. Yeah.
And you're both now coached by the same coach, Craig Kirkwood. Was the plan to kind of swap the lead once Eric Speakman had pulled out?
Yeah, we sort of said we'd take laps after Eric went off, and worked out well. And then the last lap we were just moving anyway, so there was no point. So I just sort of took off and yeah, held him off. But yeah, that was the plan. That was the plan going into work together.
Now, World Cross, is this the main focus? We find out in a few days what the teams are. Is that the main goal for the summer, heading over to Bathurst potentially?
Yeah, I mean, obviously decision pending, but that's the main goal. Like, to run at World Champs, and anything is always the goal for any runner. So yeah, to represent New Zealand would be awesome. And yeah, obviously a 10K in February, things will look a bit different, especially cross country. So yeah, I think the training will be structured around that, depending on how it goes.
And we've just got Sam Tanner joining in. Sam, that's a big PB for you. Did it feel like about 7 laps too far?
Yeah, yep, definitely. No, it was. Yeah, I was following this guy on Saturday. I was like, even 3K feels far. I don't know how 5K is going to go over. No, it felt pretty good, so I was happy with that.
Yeah, awesome. Now, what's your plans for the summer, Sam? Because the World Cross Country Champs, we've also got the mixed relay as well, so which is a little bit shorter than the 10K that the other guys will have to do. Is that on the cards?
Yeah. What did you ask Julie? What are you doing, bro? Doing the 5?
I've been for the 10K, so yeah, we'll see. No relay, I don't think.
Yeah, I think I'm going to do the relay in February. Yeah, I think so, February. Maybe the New Zealand Mile Champs in January. A couple races overseas, indoors, and then be back for World Cross.
We'll be excited to see more battles just like that from you two throughout the summer. But well done tonight. It was epic racing, and well, congrats on the PBs for you both.
Thanks, mate. Thanks.
All right. There we go. There's our first and second in the men's 5,000 metres. It's been a great night here in the rain. That has cleared up, dried off at the right time in the night. I'll hand it back to you, Glenn, to sign off from AUT Millenium Track.
Yeah, good on you, Hayden. Nice job, buddy, with the interviews. Great job on the commentary. We hope you enjoyed the night of track and field here from the Millennium Institute here on the night of 5's just before Christmas 2022. On behalf of the Stream Shop team that put it all together in some pretty challenging circumstances, thank you. Merry Christmas, and we'll catch you soon for more track and field action here in New Zealand.